website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenthal.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Males.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. At this time, members of the public may only comment on items appearing on the work study items. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
Thank you. We will now move to the work study items. May we have a presentation from staff, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council, tonight be doing the presentation, a brief presentation on the appointment of 2 candidates for the Hemet Public Library Board of Trustees. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of the process for this evening. I'll do a brief presentation followed by interviews, and then we will do a basic quick vote or nomination of the top 2 candidates. I distributed a voting sheet to make it easy for the process of just picking 2 names to your of your choice for the top 2 qualified candidates after the interviews are conducted. And then the third step is interviews, and then any discussion that council may have. And that'll be my brief process. So with that, I'll jump into the report. Just to give you a little background, Joan Covey and Gail Peterson's terms expire on June 30th, 2024. The city clerk's office did conduct a solicitation of applications through advertisements in the press enterprise and through social media. The city clerk's office had a total of 7 qualified candidates on file. These terms for the 2 appointees, if chosen tonight, will serve terms that will expire on June 30th, 2027. My office did reach out to the candidates. There were a couple of candidates that were unavailable, and 2 candidates that are not available at the time of meeting, and I'll list those individuals. Stephanie Alley is not available to meet for the library, so she will not be participating in tonight's selection process. And the other individual is Yorubi Sandoval. She will not be participating as she has no availability for this evening. The others were unavailable, but the members who are available for tonight's meeting are Joan Covey, Frank Jameson, and Gail Peterson. So those are the 3 individuals that were available for tonight. With that said, the Hemet Municipal Code notes that no board or commission or committee established shall have more than 2 voting members who are residents of the city's Hemet sphere of influence. In the staff report, we highlight who is of the sphere of influence, and there's only 1 individual. Up for discussion, we have 3 proposed questions that the council may choose to interview of each of the candidates. Those questions are stating their experience in education, stating qualifications for serving on the board or committee, stating your years of residency within the city jurisdiction or sphere of influence, and the city council may ask additional questions as a follow-up as part of the appointment process. That's my short, brief presentation on the process for this evening, and the council may conduct interviews after this. Would you like me to call the first candidate to the podium?
Yes, please.
First candidate is Joan Covey, and she's within the sphere of influence. So if we could have Joan Covey approach the podium. Mayor, would you like to ask the questions, or would you like me to propose the question?
Go ahead.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Mrs. Covey. The first question is, can you please state your experience and/or education?
Yes, I've been with the library for over 30 years. I'm currently with the Friends, I've been with the Friends of the Library, actually, helping in the bookshop and getting it set up for 30 years or more. And I've been on the library board for 7 years. I have lived here at the sphere of that you talk about for more than 30 years.
Thank you. Council, do you have any follow-up questions, or would you like me to proceed to the next question?
Anyone? Go ahead.
Next question is state your qualifications for serving on the board.
I feel that my qualifications are that I am with the library, with the Friends of the Library, and by coming to the helping with the Board of Trustees, that way gives us a better idea of what we can do to assist the library as needed and as we're able to.
I'll proceed to question 3. State your years of residency for the city's Hemet jurisdiction or sphere of influence.
Over 30 years, probably 35.
Mayor, Council, do you have any follow-up questions?
I think she's proved herself already.
Thank you, Joan. We'll ask that you take your seat kindly, and we'll move on to the next candidate. Appreciate you coming tonight.
Thank you for considering me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Frank Jameson, and he's of District 2.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. We'll proceed with the first question. And can you state for the mayor and council, state your experience and education?
My education is that I have a master's degree in instructional technology. I'm working on a second master's degree in education, and I'm very supportive of the library and looking to make sure that the youth of the city can get to know the library a little bit better.
Any follow-up questions from the council? We'll jump into question 2. Can you state your qualifications for serving on this board?
My qualifications for serving on this board is that I am a current employee at the community college. I am really into education. I'm studying to be a math teacher in high school and junior high. And I currently serve as the president of the San Diego chapter of the Society for Technical Communication and on the board of trustees for the Association of Education, Technology, and Communication.
Council, do you have any follow-up questions?
Anyone?
Mr. Peterson, you're currently on the board, is that correct?
I'm not currently on the board. I'm Mr. Jameson.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Disregard.
I'll ask your final question. State your years of residency within the city's Hemet jurisdiction or sphere of influence.
Let's see. I moved to Hemet when my son was just born, which was 30 years ago. So 30 years.
Any final questions from the council? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Jameson, for joining us tonight. You could ask that you take your seat kindly. Thank you.
And thank you for your consideration.
Last, we have Gail Peterson of District 3. Can you approach the podium, please?
Okay.
Well, Ms. Peterson, thank you for joining us tonight. We'll jump into first question. Question 1, state your experience and education.
I'm a retired teacher and I taught for a little over 30 years, from preschool through the 8th grade. Spent most of the time in 1st grade. As an educator, of course, I'm interested in the library and have been working in the library for a good many years.
Any follow-up questions from the council? Jump into question 2. State your qualifications for serving on the board.
I've worked as a volunteer and as a trustee for the library for as long as it's been in its present location. Mostly in the bookshop, which is my passion. So if a person is a reader, then that's where they want to come and get inexpensive used books because they're 10 cents to $4. You can't beat that.
Any follow-up questions, council? Seeing none, state your years of residency within the cities of Hemet's jurisdiction or sphere of influence.
24 years.
Any final questions, council or mayor? Thank you, Mrs. Peterson, for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And Mayor, I'll pass it back to you for any deliberations from the council, or we can proceed into the voting on the voting sheet.
Go ahead and vote, please, and pass your papers down this way when you're done.
And so I'll provide some commentary for the public. While the council is picking their top 2 nominations, I'll do a tally of the top 2, and then I'll announce those top 2 nominees. And then the council will proceed to a motion and second for who they want to appoint tonight.
Tap him. Malcolm. Oh, he's still voting. Okay. He's so mean to me. Tell me what to do.
You're making me work harder.
The top 2 nominations for this evening are Joan Covey and Gail Peterson, with a total of 4 votes per each nominee. So I'd like to ask for someone to nominate those individuals and to make a motion to appoint those individuals.
I'll make a motion to approve those appointees.
I'll second that.
Council, please cast your votes. And I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa, to appoint Joan Covey and Gail Peterson on the library board. That motion passes 5-0. Thank you for coming out, and my office will be in contact with you with letters to come in the mail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to 5B. Can we get a presentation, please? I'm sorry? No. Target and I know that. You guys need surface charger? Surface charger? I don't have my charger. Do you need one? No. Yes. Somebody. Always carry an extra. That's good to know for this exact.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight, we're going to go ahead and have the second budget workshop for fiscal year 24-25. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so the purpose of tonight's presentation is to update revenue and expenditure changes that have happened from the budget workshop 1 to the budget workshop 2, and then provide some updates to the cost drivers and fund balance breakdown, as well as some hypothetical forecast scenarios that we've come up with, and of course, to receive feedback from everyone. So the first slide here is the general fund allocation methodology, where you can see our total general fund revenue balance is 74,977,600, which does back out some of our cost allocation transfer for general fund overhead. We don't want to put that in to that calculation. So that splits it out between it's 72% to public safety. And then from there, it's 2/3, 1/3 split between public safety. And then the remainder goes to non-public safety departments. So when everything's said and done with the Measure U allocation that goes to police and fire, it's 79% of the all revenue allocation goes to public safety, and then the 21% goes to non-public safety. And in the bottom corner there is the breakdown of how it looks. The general fund revenue changes from our labor cost increases were an additional 1.5 million that we were tasked to find funding for. So what we did is we combed through all of the revenue accounts as well as the expenditure accounts to find where we could come up with that variance. So in the revenues, we are increasing 3 of the account line items. One is for the transient occupancy tax of $50,000. This is in anticipation of a 2% increase that is going to be going forward. It's not guaranteed, but that is something that we are looking into, as well as we have secured a contract with HDL, who's actually going to go on site to these hotel motels and do an audit of their books. We're hoping that that will bring in a truer revenue stream than what, because right now it's honor. It's the honor system, which some of the owners may not be too honorable. But anyway, the other line item is the gas franchise fee, which we're anticipating to be $100,000 more than originally allocated. And then the fire inspection services, $200,000, which includes some of the newly approved fees in the fee study. So we're increasing revenues by a total of $350,000. And then on the expenditure side, we did do a reduction of 1.15 million, and it breaks down as you can see on this list here. So the biggest part that we did scale back on were professional services across all departments. So everyone has been impacted by these reductions of 285,600. There's also been reductions to the contracts, maintenance and operation, uniforms and safety equipment, office supplies and materials. We were able to comb through quite a bit and get everyone's budget was impacted to make reductions, smaller incremental reductions, so that we could provide the labor increases that we're anticipating are going to be coming forth. The biggest portion outside of the professional services is that we did remove the additional librarian. That was 104,000 that was originally budgeted in, as well as there were 8.5 positions that were requesting to be modified, either an addition, the removal of that current position in addition of a new replacement position. Those were all removed from the budget at this time as well. And that comes up with our 1.15 million. And then the $350,000 in the revenue comes up for our $1.5 million that we were able to scrub through the budget and come up with. And as you see here, this is the line item breakdown for all of our revenue sources. We maintain the actuals for 20. I apologize that I'm so blind. For 22-23, and then the adopted. Let me just go here. So it was actuals for 22-23, and then the adopted for 23-24, and then where we're projecting to land as of June 30th of 24, and then what is being proposed for the new fiscal year. And you'll see the cost breakdown there for all of the revenues. We are still maintaining the HDL recommendations of the 2.1 sales tax, the 1.6 increase to Measure U, property tax at 3.81 of an increase, and the motor vehicle license in lieu of fee, 4.74 of an increase. And then once again, you'll see that large jump in the general admin, which is for that cost allocation for the general fund overhead, which was previously unbudgeted from the budget back in, I think it was 2017. And then we're going and re-implementing that into the budget this year. That's the proper way to account for all of our internal service charges. On the next slide here, we do have a breakdown by department. And you'll see that we do have it in line from highest to lowest. We have police with the general fund, fire in the general fund, police Measure U, and then fire Measure U, followed by public works and the rest of all the departments. So those proposed allocations have been modified from the prior workshop to include mainly it's the labor increases. So each department is carrying those allocations. On the next slide, you'll see this is where we list out the one-time uses of fund balance. We have the roads and facade improvements, trash enclosures, and various grants for 4.12 million. And then we did increase the liability insurance. There has been some new movement on the liability front that the city is going to be exposed to a lot more financial responsibility on that end. So we did increase our premium was at 1.2 million. We increased it to 2.4. So you will see the increase there. We are also contributing a one-time fund balance transfer to that liability fund of $1 million. Like I had said in the previous workshop, that fund has been in a deficit for several years, and we do need to start chipping away to get it turned right side up. There is design for training tower, plus last council meeting, there was an approval to outfit the new truck that went to council of 125,000. So that's been built into that 260,000 there as well. And then there was an addition of 25,000 into elections and ballot measure that is included into this 175,000. And then the utility truck for parks, a vehicle for the community solutions coordinator, a vehicle for the new code enforcement officer that was approved at mid-year. And then we also did a personnel policy update for labor attorneys to rewrite the citywide personnel policies, which are, they last were updated in 2011. So that's something that does need to be updated and then passed through to the labor groups so they can get their stamp of approval on it. And then the vacancy factor, we did remain at the 3.116800 and minus the one-time investments of 9.4 million, which are listed right there above. We are at a budget surplus deficit of 0. Just keep in mind that it is taking into account that vacancy factor of 3 million, which the goal is to hire the staffing so that we don't have that vacancy any longer. So in the future years, we're going to have to find revenue sources that will replenish that. So and then this list here is all of the one-time uses of general fund balance that we have. We do have $2 million still slated for the citywide street improvement. The liability fund insurance transfer of $1 million. City beautification for 500,000. The citywide facade improvement for 500,000. Kitchen grants for 300. The pension 115 trust contribution of 200,000. Professional services, the cost for 3 council seats and a ballot measure is 175,000. Professional services for park design, and I believe that is at Weston Park for 150,000. And then professional services for development fee study of 150,000. The fire and life safety is to outfit the truck, which is that 125,000, which was just approved. The contracts for community enrichment grants, 100,000. Storefront vandalism, 100,000. Professional services and architect for fire station 2 is 100,000. Utility truck for parks is 80,000. A truck for the fourth code enforcement officer, 70. And a truck for the community solutions coordinator for 60,000. And then a classification analysis of 50,000. The city hall facility improvements for the lobby, the patio, and the creation of a lactation room for 50,000. And then an engineer architect for design plan for a training tower, 35,000. Professional services for personnel policy update by labor attorneys, 25,000. And then PEG for cabling and cameras here for the council chambers. And then for the use of one-time Measure U fund balance, we are anticipating an increase to our liability premium of $2.4 million. So that will be coming out of Measure U. And then there is the professional services for CityNet of 1.26 million, which is also recommended to be coming out of the Measure U fund balance. So in totality, we're using fund balance from both the general fund and Measure U of $9.45 million.
Just a quick note on that last slide, that's actually fiscal year 24-25 rather than 23-24.
Oh, correct. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do see that. And then right here is a updated list of the cost drivers. Of course, the number one cost driver is the anticipated labor cost increases. We're at about 4.6 million. The liability increase is 2.4, followed by the liability budget increase for excess claims of 1.1. And then our PERS UAL is almost $1 million. And then, we had, it's out of sort here. And then 500,000 for step increases in premium pays, which is not included in the anticipated labor cost increases. So these are just normal step increases that personnel will receive. The equipment, the internal service funds, you'll see a collection of those increases. And that's due to the allocation that is going forth into the calculation. So those are all being slightly increased as well. And then we have the Tyler ERP subscription for next year, which is 157,000. And then the Tyler EPL annual subscription for 151,000. That is for next year. So those are some of the things that we are seeing that are raising the costs of our overall expenditures in the general fund. And then this slide has the graphical image of our general fund balance and where we ended as June 30th, 2023 was 63.6 million. And it was really a great year for the revenue and allowed us to squirrel away some of that 40% reserve that we're looking for at next year. This is a depiction of the general fund balance. And this is all right now where we ended 22-23 at $63.6 million. And it's broken down into categories. And I just want to point out what the categories represent. The non-spendable is anything that's a prepaid item, which there's the 2 million that's sitting in the Measure U is for fire engines. I think it's fire engines. The restricted is for PEG funds and community development grants. The committed is the reserve. There are 40%, well, it's 20% right now. And then all of Measure U all fit into the committed category. And then the assigned is anything that we have earmarked for capital improvement projects. So all of those are part of the fund balance, but they're already spoken for. So the only thing that we really have to work with is our unassigned fund balance. And as you see here, it's a 30,200,000. So that's where we closed 22-23. And then going in to this current year, we're estimating to close out the year with, we are including the vacancy factor. So with that, we're looking at a budget surplus of 2.7 million. And then we do have to account for the one-time use of fund balance from Measure U and the general fund. So that does impact the following, this current year's projected fund balance that we're going to end with, which is that third column. Now, this is all just hypothetical at this point because we don't know where we're going to end at the end of the year. So we were just taking into consideration that we're still going to be having the same non-spendable, restricted, and amounts. The committed does change from the 20% to the 40% for general fund. The Measure U allocation does decrease because of the one-time use of fund balance. And then the unassigned is also, it decreases because of the general fund reserve of 40%. So that takes away from what's unassigned. So we're looking at ending the year at $15.2 million of unassigned. And once again, this is all just kind of a hypothetical situation. It's our best guess scenario at this point in time. The next slide is going even a little bit further and taking a look at where we estimate the close of June 30th, 2025. So if we were to take all of our revenues and we receive all of those revenues, we expend all of our planned budgeted expenditures, we include that vacancy factor, we should not really realize a surplus or a deficit. It should wash out and be a net effective zero. We are using the one-time fund balance from general fund of 5.79 million and Measure U at 3.66 million. So those numbers are what factors into that second column. So just for illustration purposes, I did leave the non-spendable and the restricted amounts the same as they were the year before. Those will change, especially if we're able to finally receive the fire engines and put them into service, then that moves out of that prepaid line and becomes an actual expenditure. And then with our 40% reserve, we're looking at 26.2 million. And then Measure U does go down to 5.8 million. And then the unassigned is assigned, I'm sorry, is 3.1. That one is a status from the prior year, which that may change as well. So the unassigned, we're looking at ending in 2025 is $9.4 million. Now, the bottom portion in the right-hand corner is what their upcoming expenses that are not currently budgeted in. And we do have property purchases of 1.8 million and a potential liability of 8.5 million. I know that we're going to discuss that further, but we are looking at a tremendous amount of exposure to liability now that we don't have coverage through CalJPIA. We are more so pushing into where we will probably either have to be self-funded. So we will have to pay all of our claims as they come in at 100%. So that exposure is very volatile. So we don't know. This is almost like a worst case scenario. We may have to end up paying 8.5 million out in liability. And then this is the summary by department of the personnel that we have. There is really no changes. The only changes that you do see are the ones that were approved at mid-year. So we have 1 sworn police officer increase, 2 non-sworn, and then 1.5 fire non-sworn personnel. So. And now we're going to go into our forecast scenarios. There's going to be 3 of them. The first one is if we go with our prior trend and the economy is staying good for us, we're continuing to increase our revenues and increase our expenditures at the same pace. You will see, though, that our expenditures are outpacing our revenues. So this is causing a deficit in our bottom line, which will either have to come in the form of some kind of expenditure reductions or with the use of one-time fund balance to transfer over. Normally, that is only in a case that there is a recession. So, and that's all, you know, it's an election year. We don't know which way the economy is going to go. So we just wanted to give out a couple scenarios that are just for illustrative purposes so that we can kind of picture 5 years down the road where we could possibly be depending on how events turn. In this scenario, we are budgeting, you'll see that it's an increase in a deficit, but then it does reduce as the time goes on. And hopefully we'll be at the pace where our revenues do outpace our expenditures. And for this illustration in the others, it was an average of an 8% increase for revenue growth and a 7% increase for expenditures. The second one is if we were to have flat revenues, which is the initial signs of a recession. So in year 25, 26, and 26, 27, we maintained the revenues flat so that to see what the impact would have if our expenditures continue to grow at the rate that they are, which we currently have plugged in for 7%. Of course, that could be different when everything's said and done, but you can see that our surplus is at a much larger deficit and it grows by the end of year 5, it's $15.1 million of a deficit. And by that time, our ending fund balance is pretty much reduced to about 4 million. And then our third and final scenario is of a mild recession. And what we did is we took a reduction in the revenues by 2.5% for year 25-26, and then another 2.5% 26-27, just so we could see if our revenues do slow down and the impact that our expenditures will have. You'll see by the end of fiscal year 27-28, where our expenditures over revenue are $19.4 million, and then our ending fund balance is in a deficit of 5.3. And of course, these are just for illustrative purposes. And it's just to give us like a bird's eye view of what could potentially happen. And it serves as a reflection to preserve our fund balance. And in future years, we will need to be careful to evaluate what we're using the one-time fund balances for. And just so that we can be aware of where we stand and so that we don't deplete everything. And with that, that is the end of the presentation, and open to any kind of questions and feedback that you guys may have.
You got a question? I believe last year we raised our general fund reserve from 20% to 40%. And I think that's hurting us now because that's just money that we can't work with, and it takes it away from us. And I'm just wondering if we should reconsider and at least bring it down to 30% or something, because it just takes away from what monies we do have available, and having to have it just sitting in a reserve isn't doing anything for us. What is your take on that?
Well, that's entirely up to the council's discretion on what they would like to do. I do see where you're coming from, is that it does tie up reserves into a pot that we cannot access. However, the reserve is also serves if we do hit a recession, that we can pull down on that and continue with maintaining our operational costs. And Mark, did you want to elaborate on any of that?
I think briefly I will. Mayor, on slide 14, I don't know if you can jump to slide 14, but this is the slide where we're showing the projected unassigned fund balance at the end of the next fiscal year, June 30, 2025. So you have $9.4 million projected of unassigned fund balance that is available. That's over and above $26.2 million, which is the 40%. But if you look just below that at the very bottom, with a potential exposure, we would need to dip below the 40% figure in order to deal with the potential liability as well as the purchase of the property. So it would dip under by $869,000, which means you'd have about $25.5 million of general fund surplus. That's probably about 39%. In a recession scenario, those forecast models are interesting because typically my advice, having watched 3 different recessions, is we need to plan for about a 3-year duration of a recession. The Great Recession was unbelievably significant and impactful to every city, but for most of the recessions, they've been able to recover and see revenues back within about 3 years. So what I would recommend is we wouldn't want to reduce, if we had, for example, 40% represented $25 million, it would be my advice not to use more than $8 million in any one year to support operations, knowing that immediately after the recession is over, we need to put money back again in the reserves and replenish it. But it probably won't have too much impact on the next 12 months. But if the trends continue, if the revenue doesn't recover nicely for us, and if we're not able to find ourselves in a lower cost insurance environment, we will need to revisit the 40% figure, or be open to utilizing some of it.
What are the chances of us not finding a lower cost insurance? I mean, is it a high probability that we won't, or are we I mean, where are we on that then?
It's pretty volatile. Do you have any comments on some of the recent conversations you've had? I think it's going to be multi-year. We should expect a multi-year challenge. And estimating that, is it 3 or 4 or more? I think it probably a minimum of 3.
What, the broker that is helping us, we've already been declined by 2 other, pools. He is trying with, I can't remember the name of the current one, American Safety or something along those lines. But the cost is significant.
How many pools are out there
You
that
know,
we can,
yeah,
try to get a-
we're
be a
trying
part of?
several of them. In the brokers, when I spoke to someone at, is it Sierra? He gave me a recommendation to 2 different other pools that we could look into, but we've hit all of the main large pools that do a lot of the, government agencies. The broker that we're working with now is exploring that there is a possibility of that we would have to become self-insured. And if that, at that point, we would have to be paying 100% of all the claims that roll through, regardless of if they're law enforcement related or if they're just, a pothole in the road.
Sidewalk,
Mhm.
someone trips over us.
Yeah, so we would have to, but originally we had an SIR, which is our assurance rate of 250,000, which means we would pay the first $250,000 of a claim. Anything above and beyond that, the pool would kick in. And then it became to where they changed that SIR from 250,000 to 1 million. And after they changed it to 1 million at the beginning of January, JPIA said, we are not going to entertain you as a member any longer. So at that point, we had to go out and reach out to other pools, and it has been very challenging. And from what I'm getting back from the brokers is it's going to be very costly. So
Now, is JPIA covering us until we find someone?
that is an open discussion we are having with right now. The initial take was no, but we are going back on our knees saying, please, can you extend a gap coverage for the city? So that we have something in place,
So-
because they're not only just dropping our liability, they've dropped us for workers' comp, for property insurance, for cyber insurance. So for all of our insurance coverage that we had through them is ceasing as of June 30th.
Have no insurance
As of June 30th?
as of June
Correct.
30th.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So it is a dire situation to try and get out there and get something in place.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a couple. On page 9, for professional services development fee study, do you know what exactly that's for? Like what department or what are we trying to?
What page are you on? 9?
9.
Yeah.
Colleen is looking it up right now.
Can you come up to the speaker,
Okay.
please, so we can all hear?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
non-departmental, which it's for the diff fee study that as went to council. I think it was the last council meeting, and or was it the last council meeting? We just got all of the RFPs back in and we've rated them and we have selected a vendor. So that will pay for the entire diff study. So those are the developer impact fees that get charged on new development.
Okay, and then one other question I had was on page 15 for the summary by department. The library says 8, and I thought you took one of those away. So does that 8 reflect the person that you took away?
Yes,
It does.
It did increase to 9 and then that was reduced back down to 8.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, I just have one question on page 9. The last entry there, non-departmental PEG cabling and cabling and camera.
Cameras.
Isn't equipment covered in the PEG account?
Yes, and we're using PEG funding to use that.
That's coming
Mhm.
from, it's not coming out of the general fund. It's coming out
No,
of PEG fund.
correct. The
Okay.
PEG fees do sit in the general fund, but we track them separately. So we will use that fund balance to do the
Okay.
cameras for the council chambers.
Can we go to page 7, please? And I just had a question on where it says city council and why the numbers jump so high in 24, 25.
I can
Um,
answer that, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
I can answer that. We're anticipating replicating the decisions that other recent nearby agencies throughout California have made in light of new legislation that allows by population adjustments to council salaries. And so I'm anticipating bringing you something in the July, August timeframe related to that would provide adjustments to the council salaries.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I had a question on some of the vehicle purchases. I know, I always go back to the jurisdiction I work for, but we get a lot of funding from AQMD to buy hybrid vehicles. Are we exploring that opportunity? I know I got a vehicle for $40,000 for my department.
Yes, we do use AQMD. Actually, Kalina's our expert with that, but we use it for the larger utility trucks is where we've used most of the allocation for. But I know that we have bought a couple of Ford Leaf through the AQMD as well for electric vehicles that are out in Public Works and at the police department.
So we're maximizing our allocation.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know.
And one point related to that is that the Community Solutions Coordinator, that vehicle could be paid for out of the grant funds from the county. So if we're all comfortable with that, then that would be that $60,000 would be offset by the grant.
Then I have one question on staffing at the library. Does the fact that there's no increase mean that it will not be open an extra day?
This is the key to opening the library an additional day. And I think this is a topic that we wanted to talk to you about tonight. It's an option for you. So the cost is a little over 100,000, low 100s, right? So for a bit over $100,000, which, you know, is a rounding error on our sales tax, we would need to add one position, and then that would allow us to extend the days of operating at the library.
I think that is well worth looking into. I mean, the number of people that utilize that library and the emphasis on education and keeping kids out of trouble and the programs that the library offers an increased day of the week. Library's always taken a hit every year. When we moved into that new library, we had 44 people on staff, and now we've got 12. I mean, it's really a disservice to the community, and we need to look at every opportunity that we have to make sure that library is open and being used.
And I'd like to elaborate on that also, because I stood out there with Kathy one day and kids wanted to go to the library and they were closed. And a lot of these kids don't have good study areas in their homes, and they depend on the library. So I would like to see it staffed and open daily, so.
I think I saw at least 3 nods, so that's helpful feedback for us. What we'll do is we'll build that into that position into the budget. If anything significant changes between today and the date we bring this to you for approval, we will let you know.
I think the attorney volunteered to quit and we could use it when, no, I'm just-
Take a pay cut. There was also, I had one additional question. Prior years, we had a separate fund, so to speak, that was set aside for assisting various nonprofit and community groups, when they put on their fundraiser, they put on special events for the city that benefit the city, I'll put it that way. Do we have anything in this year's budget that, that would accommodate that?
So we are funding the nonprofit grant program at $100,000 in this program year. Right, just confirming, I think that's in there. So what we'll want to do is, my recommendation is we also adjust the procedures a little bit. And when we bring this forward, we can talk to you about any adjustments to the procedures.
That would be appreciated too. Thank you.
I can add to that, within the city council's budget, there's the increase of the salaries, but we also did account for like dinners and galas that can be attended, as well as more training. So that funding is embedded in there that could be used for purposes such as that. Did we have anything specific for a dinner or for sponsorships? Okay. The mayor mentee is still in there for the scholarships that we give out at the end of the session.
I do have one more question, if I may. On page 11, talking about expenditure cost drivers, the operating transfer, general fund support for lighting and landscape maintenance districts, 145,000. That's coming out of general fund for maintenance of LLMDs.
Correct.
Not self-sustaining.
No, it's actually the district. Did you want to speak on that? Okay.
When we worked with Charles and Chris Thomas from Harris Associates this year on the cost for next year, the original districts, the pre-prop 218 original districts are capped for their levy. We have no way to increase those, and costs have increased significantly. So when we allocate those costs out, the landscape district, the costs exceed what we're able to levy. So we have to support that with the general fund. So we do have to work towards solutions in the future on how to reduce expenditures in those original districts.
Thank you. Just an idea on that. I'm assuming I live in one of those districts, since it's the old downtown that has a cap on the levy. Maybe a town hall meeting and just asking residents if they are willing to pay for the cost of putting a tree in front of their yards, asking them if they're willing to contribute any amount to beautify the streets that they live on, because a lot of the older streets downtown don't have boulevard trees anymore. They've gotten so old, they've been cut down, or the people themselves have cut them down because of raised sidewalks. And maybe just a conversation with property owners could be beneficial.
Is that all the questions? City Clerk? Thank you for your presentation. Yes, we'll receive and file the presentation of the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget workshop number 2, I guess. Okay, we will adjourn and now move into closed session. Staying here for.
So Mayor, we would want to take any public comment that may exist on closed session before we adjourn to upstairs.
Okay. At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
There are no registered speakers, Mayor.
All right. Council will now proceed to closed session. Thank you for joining us. A report of closed session will occur after the deliberations.
Killer? Closed session. I do have one potential closed session. Okay. We do have Matt McPherson here. And
I've
could-
heard the name.
Matt McPherson, you, that's for general. public- Okay, then
Okay.
we can proceed. Sorry, Mayor. Members of the public, I wanted to announce that, and apologize for the delay in time. The council is wrapping up conversations and they are going to be down here shortly. I just received a note of that, so just wanted to keep everyone notified. So they're going to be wrapping up pretty soon. And thank you for your patience.
Are we ready? Everyone's ready. Ready. Are you ready? Okay. Good evening. I would like to call the May 28th, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Lilienthal. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Males.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. Bobby, I forgot your last name. Okay, thank you. The invocation will be by Bob of DP City Church, and after which Councilmember Lilienthal will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege of living in a city where we have the opportunity to grow and grow together. We pray for wisdom for the council as they make decisions that affect the community. We thank you for their devotion and their commitment. Ask you to give them guidance and watch over our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please uncover and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, my gosh. We will move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City attorney, can we get a report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Under item 11A, the city council gave settlement direction on 2 of the items and no other reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you, city attorney. We will now move to public comments. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comments on items listed on the agenda first. And let me see what we got here. May I have Matt McPherson, please?
Good evening, council, city manager. I'm here to speak on 23B. Let me give you a little history with the seller in the city of Hemet on that property. It burnt down in 2010. He had plans of rebuilding it. Insurance was going to reimburse him for a rebuild. He spent, I think, $350,000 on blueprints, contractors, and he did a soil compaction at $110,000. And then the city at that time changed their mind and wanted a 2-story building. So he kind of nixed the deal and took a reimbursement from the insurance, but he would have rather had a building there to rent it out. So he's very excited about the proposition of putting together a sale with the city. I think it would be tremendous at helping property values downtown, and I think it would be a catalyst next to the already very successful theater and bringing a lot of optimism and positive energy to the downtown. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andrew Kodiak.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager. Andrew Kodiak speaking on item 23B. Thank you for having this item. I'm vice president of the theater board. I'm on the executive board of the Western Science Center. I am also vice president of the Hemet Sandstone Group and on Healthy Valley Foundation. I've made substantial investments in the city. Right now, we're focusing on the theater in downtown, reviving the arts, bringing people downtown. There's never been a time in history since I was born and raised here in the Valley that both properties were for sale, that we had a progressive city council looking forward, city manager and theater, a group that could collaborate and make some greater things happen. This parallels my effort with Highway 79. So trying to open up the borders and bring people to town, and then at the same time, bring culture and all arts, just like the Western Science Center, Ramona Bowl, have those reasons to bring people in downtown or other areas. So I support your efforts. We also have opportunities to collaborate and work with the city on funds to make this development happen as well. So look forward to that collaboration. Here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Yepperman, or did I get it right? I'm sorry? Yeah. Oh, Yepremian. Thank you.
Good evening, city council members, mayor, city manager. My name is Patricia Yepremian, and as some of you know, I've been involved in the support and revitalization of downtown Hemet for many years since I moved here back in 2008. And I have just recently joined the board of the Historic Hemet Theater and have recently formed a women's guild called Gracie's Guild, named after Mr. Martin's wife, Gracie, to support the restoration and development of the theater. A couple of weeks ago, the guild organized a fundraiser, which some of your council members attended. Thank you. And it was very, very successful. We raised quite a bit of money to support the Historic Hemet Theater Performing Arts Summer Program, which is going to start sometime in the beginning of June. I'm here to just tell you all how much the theater will do for the downtown. Since I've been here since 2008, I haven't seen a whole lot of progress. And I think having the city as having the theater as the center of downtown would greatly improve the value of property. It will bring more and more people to the downtown. And since we have this opportunity with these two properties up for sale, it's like the stars are aligned. It would help us so much in developing downtown and expanding the theater, which is what we need so that we can bring in some live performances off Broadway and increase the attendance to the theater. I don't know if you know, but 2 weeks ago we sold out. Our attendance at the theater is much better than it's ever been. We have people coming to that part of town more so than ever before. So I just implore all of you to consider the possibility of us purchasing this, or the city purchasing this property, so that we can expand the theater and redevelop the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Spear. Hope I got that one right.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members and the City Manager. My name's Kevin Spear. I'm here to talk about 23B as well. And I don't want to repeat what the previous speaker said, but it really would be nice to see the downtown take a step forward. All my life, people have said, can they do anything in Hemet like the downtown area in Redlands? Can they do anything in Hemet like how Front Street developed in Temecula? I said, well, we have our Harvard Street, right? Sidewalk cafes, art museum, a music conservancy, but it's kind of a small start, right? And if you could get some Florida action going on that would promote more of a vital downtown. And one way to do that, and I know land use is, everybody wants to say what I want to see here. I know that's everybody's opinion, but a friend of mine told me once that the definition of culture is how things are done around here, right? So you have a culture in your house, I have one in mine. We have some collective culture in the whole valley, of course, but it's changed from, farming and apricots to a commuter town and what all our different aspects are. And promoting the culture in that theater, whether it's music like they have been doing, or you get some talk shows, you get some plays, you get more theater than the cute playhouse up at the Ramona Bowl can handle. There's a lot of things that can be done. And then what are we doing around here? Well, we're going downtown and we're seeing shows at the theater and we're shopping on Harvard Street. We're enjoying the amenities more than just some shops that close at 5. So I think this would be a good step forward for downtown and promoting many aspects of our lovely town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ann Smith with an additional 3 minutes from Jeffrey Moore. Hmm. 6 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. It's really nice to be back again. I don't think you missed me, but I missed you. My name is Ann Smith and I live in the city of Hemet. And I almost feel like a piker because everybody is saying such great things about 23B. And actually, I'm not opposed to it. I think it would be better if the city bought it than a certain individual, if you get my gist. And I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. So I'm just curious though, and I know you can't answer any questions, but it's going to take a heck of a lot of renovation, and I hope it's worth it. I do agree that it would be good for the city. So there you go, Matt. I didn't say anything too negative. Let me go on to the other things that I wanted to talk about. 21C. Hold on one second. Oh, man. Okay. I just have a question, and probably I don't know who can answer it or if it can even be answered. I'm wondering if the city has ever had to repay any of the grant money that it's taken. I seem to remember that there was, I hate to say the fire department, and I may be wrong about this, but it seems to me that there was a close call. There was a grant that somebody dropped the ball on. I don't think we had to repay it, but it was a little scary. So that's not really related to that particular grant. It was a general question. On 22D, the $10,000 to $60,000 blanket PO. I understand that companies do have blanket POs and that they, and I haven't really taken a good look at the warrant register lately, but I know that a lot of the expenses and a lot of the parts and stuff that are purchased come through various departments. So I was curious about whether or not this is going to be something that's going to be an interdepartmental kind of thing, or is it going to be geared to the Measure U and Measure H? They have a lot of stuff that needs to be repaired. I'm just wondering where the bulk of that's going to go. And that might not have a straight answer either. None of these things probably are going to have a straight answer, but it's still worth asking. Okay, that was 22D. 22H, this is a big one. And maybe the mayor can address this. They're talking about this huge Tyler Technologies doing a real serious upgrade. And I understand why they want to do the upgrade. I'm curious about something. The last contract that the city signed with them was a 5-year contract. This is a 10-year contract, and a lot can happen in that extra 5 years. The problem with software and platforms is that everything changes. And I have no doubt that the same thing will happen at this point. So I'm wondering if the city, and there's another issue too, the prices that they gave us were all from last March. So I hope that somebody actually contacted Tyler and said, hey, you need to revise your quote or something. I know we need to upgrade the systems, and I understand why they want to do it, and I understand the whole platform thing, and I think it's great. It's also really expensive, and I'm wondering is it going to make a significant difference if they make it a 5-year contract, or is this something that needs to go back to the table? There were just some things about it, and then I saw the licensing, which is on a separate resolution. And I guess there's a reason that they had to keep that separate, but I'm not, it just seems like a lot of money over a protracted period of time. And I know it's a CIP project, and I know we need to do it, but I'm just wondering if that's the best way we can do it. Now, hang in there, I'm almost done. All right. Okay. Last thing, and this is a big deal. 22I. This is where, I'm just gonna basically encapsulate it. They want to do a transfer for the purpose of paying salary and fringe benefits to the code enforcement program. Now, I'm curious about something. So I read this thing through pretty carefully, and maybe I misunderstood it, but I don't think so. It looks to me like the city got some block grant money and they used it, which is fine. That's what it's there for. Either that or they miscalculated the cost of code enforcement. They thought they could do more with less, and I don't think that didn't work. So either the city miscalculated the cost of code enforcement and you're being forced to, move some money around. I want to know where the money is coming from that you're going to put into code enforcement. And I know we need the money. I know we need to have better code enforcement than we do. So I want to know where the money is coming from. I want to know who's going to be on the short end of this. You're taking the money from somewhere. I don't know where you're taking it from. Maybe I missed it. And you're putting it into this code enforcement thing because the state's a little concerned about how much money we have that's going to code enforcement. Somebody's going to be on the back end of this, and I don't know who it is. So that's that. I don't know if any of this is making sense to any of you. The last thing, which I already talked about, the last thing is this land swap stuff. I actually think it's a pretty good idea. I don't think it's a bad idea to purchase the buildings. I'm just curious about, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and I don't totally trust the valuations of the building, the appraisals, but that's just my opinion. So thank you all for listening to me. I actually did it in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. We appreciate that. And with the system, the ERP system, we have an antiquated system in our city, throughout our city. So we're upgrading everything for web-based. And I know it's going to make our planning department and all departments a lot more sufficient. And right now we're really behind. So once this gets implemented, we'll be a lot better, and with businesses coming in. So the code enforcement one, I can't answer.
Okay.
Terry Larned. Did I get it right? Darn it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, City Council. Joe, was it Maylis?
Maylis.
Maylis. My name is Terry Larned. I'm the outgoing commander at the American Legion, Post 53. And we'll talk about our Memorial Day services that we had at the San Jacinto Cemetery on Memorial Day. I think we had a really good turnout. We could have had more people. The chief of police was there. Ian Weeks was there. We had, Ian was talking about how he was kind of disappointed that we didn't have more people. And the citizens of the city should understand the importance of Memorial Day and come out to support the fallen that are no longer with us. That's what Memorial Day is about. We went ahead and we read the names of 12 members from our post that are no longer with us. And I have to add one more name who passed away last night, Louis Morales. So that's one more name that we have for our post everlasting. And also to plug a couple things for the post, the American Legion is going to be having a American Legion's Got Talent. So we are right now looking for candidates to apply to show off their talent. And once we get enough candidates, we're going to have a date set so that we can have the public come in and listen to them. One of our sons, his name is Clarence Bowser, is getting behind it. He was in America's Got Talent on NBC. And so he thought, hey, why don't we do that here? And so I said, run with it. Let me know what you've got. And he's been doing a good job. He's got flyers. He's enthusiastic. We just talked again today. So here in the city of Hemet, we are looking for talent. And I know we've got talent. We've already got some people signed up. So, you know, if you're thinking you know somebody who's got talent, have them get in contact with us over at the American Legion, and we'll put them on the stage, and we have it open to the public when that comes, $5 to get in the door to listen to everybody. And depending on who we got as judges, we're trying to get some names from Hollywood to come on out. So it's going to be a big deal. And again, showcasing the talent here in Hemet, because we do have talent here in Hemet. We had Austin, remember Austin? He went on to, he did pretty good. And he came out and he actually sang at our post a couple years ago. And I think he's been on tour all the way across the United States. So he's doing quite well. We can have that same thing going on now with the talent that we have in this city. And I'm wondering whatever happened to those kids that came in with the city government. They had all these great ideas. And I'm just wondering whatever happened to those great ideas that they had, because I think some of them were really good. If I were you, I'd look over them again and see what we can do to put some of those ideas into being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speak? No one else. Okay, thank you. We'll now move to presentations for this evening. Our first presentation will be a tribute to Billy Ann Goff by Council Member Linda Krupa.
Thank you, everyone. I know there's a large contingency in the audience today, close friends, longtime friends of Billy. And to those of us who knew her, she will be truly missed, but I want to read a short bio on her just to show what an amazing woman she was.
Who raised Sal?
Billy Ann Goff was born in Pomona, California on August 24th, 1921. She was raised during the Great Depression by her parents, William and Anna Abbott Gillette. One of her fond memories was a saying to her mother. Her mother called her Willie. Her father called her Billy, and that's how she got the name of Billy. She was the youngest of three siblings, and although her mother passed away when she was only 9 years old, her mother was very special in her life. Billy considered herself an Orange Grove baby because of the citrus harvesting business that her parents were in. She said they would pick oranges off the trees, and that was their snack. Her grandmother had moved to California from Iowa and had built a house at Pomona College, where she deeded it to the school so that all of her family could get a free education. Billy attended school in Claremont because at that time there were no schools in Pomona. She rode the bus back and forth every day. She graduated from Chaffee Junior College, from UCLA with triple majors, and received her master's degree from the University of California at Riverside. She taught overseas in Germany, Italy, Japan, and various other countries. She claimed often that teaching was fun back then, as she reminisced on her past. After teaching overseas, Billy served in the United States Navy and used her GI Bill to earn her pilot's license. And although she did not enjoy flying, she did enjoy travel. She was a member of the Hemet Teachers Association, the California Retired Teachers Association, the Delta Kappa Gamma for 40 years, the PEO-UI, which is a philanthropic organization which raises and donates money to women to further their education, the Assistance League of Hemicento for 28 years, and many other organizations. She was awarded Gamma Theta's Outstanding Woman of the Year in 2014. Billy met her husband Lou in Salzburg, Germany. He was a master sergeant in the Army. They got married in 1955 and moved to Fort Rucker, Alabama. She started the first ever kindergarten on the post in Fort Rucker. They had a daughter in 1956 that they named Sandy. After moving to Hemet, she taught at Little Lake Elementary for 1 year and spent the remainder of her career teaching primary grades at Hemet Elementary for over 30 years. Today, we honor a woman who, through challenges, aided in the foundation of many communities across the world, including our very own community of Hemet. Her atmosphere was never short of laughter and wisdom, which was dispensed equally to students, parents, colleagues, friends, and family. Billy Goff was an outstanding woman who truly contributed to the development of this community. Billy died peacefully at her home, May 13th, 2024. We honor Billy. We are going to miss her, and we thank her for her many, many contributions to this community. And thank you so much, all of her supporters in the audience who sent me notices of appreciation about Billy. And yes, would you please all stand? Thank you so much. And I just want to add that as we were coming out of closed session upstairs, our city finance director said, I had Billy in the 2nd grade as a teacher over at Hemet Elementary.
Wow.
So she continues, her legacy will never be forgotten. Thank you all.
We're gonna jump to 20B, I'm sorry. Next, we will have a proclamation for Memorial Day presented by the council member Peterson to Terry Larned. Can't believe she changed this. You did this, you little witch.
California proclamation, Memorial Day. Whereas on Memorial Day, we join the nation in paying our respects to the courageous souls who gave their lives to defend our democracy and life. Shortly after the end of the Civil War, in 1971, federal law formally established the last Monday in May all Americans. Okay. Do I need to start over? City of Hemet, California, proclamation for Memorial Day. Whereas on Memorial Day, we join the nation in paying our respects to the courageous souls who gave their lives to defend our democracy and way of life. We treasure them as our friends, family, and ancestors. And the roots of this observance run deep in our country's history, beginning as Decoration Day shortly after the end of the Civil War. In 1971, federal law formally established the last Monday in May as Memorial Day, commemorating all Americans who fought and died in our nation's wars. And on this day of reflection, we hold our fallen service members and their families in our hearts and pledge to honor their legacy by striving to live up to the ideals they fought to protect. The city of Hemet is the home of more than 6,252 military veterans who have shown courage and valor, often in the face of grave danger. The city reflects upon the enormous contributions to our country of our fallen warriors. We also pay tribute to the next generation of the city of Hemet citizens who have chosen to serve the United States Armed Forces, as they are committed to sustaining a legacy of unyielding patriotism.
The citizens of the city of Hemet must always stand united in remembrance of those who have given so much that we can live in freedom, prosperity, and enjoy the blessings our country has to offer. Therefore, I, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, hereby proclaim the day of May 27th, 2024 as Memorial Day, and encourage all residents to heartily thank our fallen and those within our community who have worked so hard for so many years to ensure their sacrifice was never forgotten. Presented May 28th, 2024, to my fellow Navy shipmate, Terry Larned. Okay.
Thank you. And Memorial Day, there's only three holidays, military holidays. Now we've got the Armed Forces Day, we got Veterans Day, and we got Memorial Day. Armed Forces is the day that we celebrate those who are still in uniform. Veterans Day is the day we celebrate those who have put the uniform away. Memorial Day is when we honor those who never took the uniform off. And I just want to say that America is what it is today, the land of the free because of the brave. Thank you.
Can I have Bob Beckett please come up? And anyone else that's a pastor or would like to be a part of this? Huh? You're it today, okay. Oh, I have to read it first, hold on. City has a proclamation for National Month of Prayer. I believe we invoked this last year at the same time. Whereas in periods of peace and prosperity, in times of struggles and strife, countless individuals turn to prayer to seek guidance, bolster their faith, and brace their spirits when they need it most. And whereas prayer is both a personal and communal, how do you say that word?
Community.
Oh, no, communal act composed of our most intimate thoughts and practice observed by multitudes across our diverse nation in every language, culture, religion, and belief system. And whereas the right to pray is enhanced in our Constitution and stamped firmly in the American tradition by the belief of prayer, moving mountains, a belief of making the impossible possible. And whereas throughout history, prayer has empowered moral movements and fueled efforts to strengthen democracy, deeply rooted in the fight to abolish slavery and the expansion of voting rights and voter access. And whereas we will never fully understand how prayer has quietly influenced every aspect of individual lives, bringing comfort to service members on the battlefield, grounding the spirits of astronauts in space, guiding the healing hands of medical professionals, tending to our loved ones, and fortifying the faith of millions of worshipers in every corner of our nation. There is hardly an aspect of American life that is not touched by the silent prayers, supplications to fulfill our hopes and aspirations. Now, therefore, I, Joe Males of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as National Month of Prayer, and encourage all residents of the City of Hemet to observe this month, reflecting on the blessings our city has received and the importance of prayer by focusing on prayer and incorporating prayer into their daily lives all month long. Presented this day, May 28th, 2024. Boy, that was long. Thank you, sir. Great job.
Thank you for the opportunity. Prayer does make a difference, and we thank you for the privilege of being able to serve this community, representing the pastors of the community. I'm sorry they couldn't all be here. They got called out, but we thank you for your support of the community.
And you're also the chaplain?
Yes, sir. Hemet PD.
All right, thank you.
One of them.
One of them. Thank you. Hey, now to 20B, presentation by the mayor, mentees on municipal government by Malcolm Lilienthal, council member.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Lily Hawkinson, and I'm one of your mentees. We are the Mayor Mentee Program, which provides opportunities for youth in high school to learn about municipal government, meeting our partnership and collaboration goals set by the Council. These are my fellow mentees, Avery Hardin, Dana Jimenez, Sylvia Mata, Demario Hardin, and myself, Lily Hawkinson. CLAD stands for each one of our members' first initials. K for Kinsley, L for Lily, A for Avery, D for Dana and Demario, and S for Sylvia. Though Kinsley is not presenting with us today, for her hard work in our project, we're still commemorating her with the K. CLADS is a mock mulligans and is a mini amusement park featuring multiple attractions. CLADS provides fun for all ages, however, is driven to provide entertainment to teenagers. In Hemet, there has been recent expansion with Airtopian, the Hemet skate park. However, we lack a broad place that can provide entertainment to everyone despite their differing interests. Hemet's exponentially increasing population also causes a vital need for entertainment for a location like CLADS. We aim to have a fun, inclusive, and broad place for people of all ages to go to relieve stress and find a home away from home. CLADS would benefit multiple aspects of Hemet, providing a nearby place for entertainment and minimizing the amount of people who drive out of town to find entertainment. This would then minimize gas expenses and as well as provide tax revenue for Hemet, which we can then use to furthermore improve the community and bond as a group. Another benefit would be attracting people from all around Southern California, providing an additional incentive for people to come to Hemet, alongside the potential neighboring businesses to CLADS, such as the Aquatic Center and the Western Science Center.
Our proposed establishment, known as CLADS, will have an outside area for the splash pad, go-karts, and mini golf course, as well as an indoor area for the indoor skydiving, a casual dining restaurant, a party area, and gift shop. To come up with ideas for what should be in CLADS, we use inspiration from Mulligan's in Marietta and looked for gaps in entertainment here in Hemet. The main thing we noticed that is not here in Hemet is an indoor skydiving area, with the closest one being located in Vista. The indoor skydiving here in Hemet would provide an area of practice for the outdoor skydiving area in Paris. Another activity not present in Hemet are the go-karts, which we would also offer electric go-karts in an effort to help the environment and go green. Another way CLADS could help the environment and support local businesses is by our dining restaurant using fruits, vegetables, meat cuts, and dairy being locally sourced here in Hemet. With CLADS, we plan to fill in the gaps of entertainment in Hemet while enhancing the entertainment already available.
For the location, we have decided for CLADS to be built near the Diamond Valley Lake area off of the Dominigoni Parkway. We decided on this location since we wanted CLADS to be within the city boundaries, but also within a considerable distance from the Autopia Adventure Park in order to mitigate competition between the two. In order to make CLADS more sustainable and to go green, we wanted to collaborate with the Eastern Water Municipal District. With this collaboration, we hope to introduce water recycling from the lake as well as hydroelectricity as our main power source. CLADS is in compliance with the general plan and the special plan designated for the Diamond Valley Lake area under the Planning Area 4. We hope that this location will allow for many opportunities to expand our project. One of these opportunities may be the 79 realignment. With the realignment, the Winchester swap meet will have to be relocated. CLADS can provide an area for this said swap meet. With the addition of the swap meet, CLADS can expand and create more partnerships, thus creating more incentives to come to CLADS.
as our funding and grants given towards us, this will allow us to have more of a budget to work with. State grants could help us fund with cash to us and to invest into our contract and to provide a positive outcome for him. A grant that we may use is advanced transportation and manufacturing sales and use tax exemptions. We can acquire this by implementing alternate renewable energy supply for our rides and carts in order to achieve this. 30% of the city's revenue comes from the auto mall. Our goal is to rival that with CLADs. One way to combat this is by using social media to gain awareness. Sorry. One app we may use is Placer.ai, which will provide us with demographics about our customers to make more, better partnerships and gain sponsors for our establishment. We may also use entrepreneurs as they would greatly benefit us by bringing businesses in order to provide food, better equipment, all just by leasing space we have. We are less likely to go bankrupt if we work together. As for our sponsors, we may agree on something for, sponsors, we could use sponsors such as like Sonic's, free drinks to students when giving an award, or the Canes rally we had at our school not too long ago. If we get sponsors, then we may ultimately get a better outcome for our establishment. Here with CLADs, we aim to bring joy to the kids in and around the island empire. CLADs bring unique attractions that are not present here in the inland empire, like skydiving and go-karts. CLADs can bring huge revenue to the city of Hammond, bringing jobs, tourists, and local business support. Instead of traveling out of the city to have fun, CLADs would be right around the corner, not having to travel far, and the residents of Hammond can save a little bit on gas. CLADs is more than just a place with rides and games. CLADs can be the heart of our small town of Hammond, a place where families can create lasting memories. I'm Demario, and thank you for our project. Thank you for listening.
William, you want to come up here with me? And the mayor mentees, can you come up here? Principal from West Valley, you want to come up here too? Bailey? Yeah? No? Because you're alumni? I'm going to give William a couple.
On behalf of Assemblymember Greg Wallace, constituents of California's 47th Assembly District, we would like to congratulate all of the participants in the Mayor Mentee program here with the City of Hammond. Getting involved in your community on this level at such a young age is such a good sign for your future and the true task of leaders that are being produced here in the City of Hammond. We thank you for your involvement. We thank the city for offering such an amazing program.
Good evening, mentees. My name is Will. I'm with Senator Chobog's office. And on behalf of the senator, I'd like to say congratulations on completing the program. And we thank you not only for your academic excellence, but also for your civil excellence. Because when I was in high school, I did not care about politics. That is why you'll become the leaders of our future, and I just work for one. So that's the difference. In those bags, we have some things for some materials that'll help nurture this passion that you have for civil service. So definitely pay attention to it. You'd be surprised how many people we have, how many citizens don't know how the government works. So we thank you for taking that interest, and congratulations again.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say on behalf of West Valley and Hemet USD that it fills us with joy and pride that our district has created such well-rounded students. So thank you.
And on behalf of City Council, we are sincerely proud of all of you guys and your achievement. Also in there is recognition from City Council and recognition from Supervisor Gutierrez. There's a goodie bag in there from Supervisor Gutierrez, and then we have our goodie bag from Hemet. But we are sincerely proud of you. Proud of you guys. Do you guys want to share about your experience with the audience? Just one person.
Hi guys. Mayor Menti kind of got me more interested in government in general because before I actually met Malcolm and he was like, "Why aren't you a Mayor Menti?" And I was like, "Okay." So I applied. But through Mayor Menti, I got a really better sense of what's going around in the community, and I was able to learn more and more about what's going on in our day-to-day lives around us in politics. So thank you, Veronica, Demi, and Malcolm.
We will now move to the public hearing items. The city council's procedure for public hearing will be as follows. Staff will provide a report and clarification of items presented. The public hearing will be open for comments for those in favor of or in opposition to the item, followed by the rebuttal to any comments made. The public hearing will be closed and the city manager may respond to any questions raised by the public. The public will not have the opportunity to respond. Discussion will be brought back to the city council for direction or action. Can we get a report from staff on item 21A, please?
No problem.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Greg Lloyd. I'm the Battalion Chief in charge of Emergency Medical Services and Community Risk Reduction for the Hemet Fire Department. I'm here to present to you on the public hearing for weed abatement. So just to get a little background, we brought the weed abatement program back in 2019 to address overgrown vegetation on vacant lots throughout the city. This was a successful program, has continued to be a successful program in reducing damage to properties and danger to the public arising from fires in and around these vacant properties. With any of our other programs, we do encourage self-mitigation. We send letters out to every year to advise the property owners to abate these on their own. That way that they can use somebody either that they know or that they can do it themselves or hire a company to do that. Once that time passes, and that deadline is passed, then the properties are inspected. And if they still haven't been abated, we have a city contracted weed abatement provider that goes and does another inspection of the property to make sure that it hasn't been done. They take before and after pictures. They abate the property, and then they send us the invoice for that, to which we pay, and then we seek cost recovery from the property owner on that as well. As you can see, this is this year's timeline. April, that we've identified those. We sent letters out in April of this year. We were before you last month and requesting you to adopt a resolution for weed abatement and to set the date for this public hearing. May 31st is the deadline for compliance for 2024 weed abatement. Letters will be going out, talking that. We've had some conversations with local property owners with some scheduling issues, and we're willing to work with that if they come and they communicate with us on that. Our goal is to be done with our weed abatement by the end of June. So before the July 4th weekend, that we will have those properties abated. And with that, I'm open for any discussion or questions.
Any questions?
What are the consequences to property owners if they're found to not be in compliance? So that incorporates fines, cleanups. What if there is non-compliance? And what happens, and can the city be reimbursed by the owners?
Yes. So if there is non-compliance, then the city contracted weed abatement provider goes and conducts the abatement, because our first priority is the safety of the public and the danger from the fires. So we mitigate that danger by going ahead and abating the property. And then when we get the invoice for the abatement, because it's based on acreage, we take that invoice, we create a city invoice that also attaches the city time that was devoted towards the inspection of the property, as well as the administrative fees, and then that's tacked on. And then that is sent out as an invoice to the property owner to pay and to remit to the city. If they haven't been done, and this is something that we're moving towards, and working with the city attorney's office of looking at those that have still not completed their payments. We have a final letter in draft form that we're working on, and then we'll be coming back before you. The plans are to come back before council in the next month or two to address those non-compliant or those people that haven't paid for the abatements that have taken place in the past. And feel free to toss that over to the city attorney.
So what we're going to be proposing to the city council is to take those accounts that are delinquent over a year and approve what's called a special tax assessment. So it takes that amount and it places it on the property tax bill for payment during this property tax cycle in November and February.
So does that amount go to the state and then they reimburse us, or how does that work?
It goes to the county,
Or the
and then
county.
it is transmitted to the city along with the other property tax revenue that we receive. So the city's portion of the 1% ad valorem, and then any special assessments or special taxes that are applicable to specific properties, like those that are in community facilities districts, for example. Those all get collected by the county and then transmitted to the city.
Okay, so we eventually get it.
It's one of our most efficient collection methods. I mean, not everyone pays their property taxes, but that does eventually catch up with them.
Anyone else?
Couple questions.
No, just not.
I'll talk fast. How many weed abatement contractors do we contract with?
We have one contractor that we use through the city that's been done through bid process, and we've been with Ace Weed Abatement for a number of years now, and I believe we're on the 5th or 6th amendment to the contract or some, but it's somebody that we've had a good relationship with the city. They work very quickly and provide us the necessary documentation to complete the abatements.
So how soon do we estimate, how soon do you estimate that all the properties will be abated?
June 30th.
June 30th?
That's the deadline that that's the
1 month?
deadline. That's the deadline that we've given to everybody. And basically, when we talk with ACE, we give them about a month. They're used to having about a month and they can go through. They actually prefer to, instead of giving them one at a time, they like to come into the city, do all of the properties within the city all at one time. And they've been, they're pretty familiar with where all the vacant parcels are.
Good thinking. Thank you.
Just to dovetail on Councilmember Krupa's, so have we seen an increase in the number of weed abatement properties? And I mean, and we've been having these wet seasons. So is that kind of creating more of a workload for ACE? And
it's not necessarily in the number of properties. The properties has remained pretty consistent, although we've had some decrease as properties become developed in that. And so the development that we've seen along the Stetson corridor out on the west side between Sanderson and Warren. So those areas that get developed, then they're no longer considered vacant parcels and are part of the weed abatement program. So that's a benefit. What we've seen from the increased rainfall is the size. And our response to that is normally we came about a month later. We would go to June, and then July, by the end of July, then we would have completed our abatement. But because of the increased growth that we've seen, and now with the temperatures warming up, the chief felt that it was in the best interest of the community to move that up about 30 days. So we're responding to the needs of the community by pushing the date up.
when they abate a property, my experience is they do use the machine, but when they're close to property lines, do they have to hand clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Anyone else? No one? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and where are we? Open up a public hearing and take testimony and consider the objects. Okay, where am I here?
That's correct.
Huh?
You're at,
Okay. I will open the public hearing. After the public hearing is closed, we will bring the item back to council for discussion. City Clerk, do we have any registered comments or speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers. No registered speakers.
With that, I will close the public hearing. And
it appears that we do have one public comment. And Smith, would you like to approach the
I
podium?
thought your question was asked already. Okay, go ahead.
Can you approach the podium, Ms. Smith? Thank you.
Just a really quick question. That was a really good report. And it's a great program. When you bill the non-compliant folks that you have to clean up after them, in a manner of speaking, do you bill them for the exact cost? In other words, it's a cost of going out there, it's a cost of cleaning up. There's a lot of different things that are involved. So I'm wondering, do you actually bill them? I understand it goes on the property tax bill.
So, yes. So what we're looking at is cost recovery and basically recouping the time that staff has devoted towards that particular case. So that not only includes the abatement that's done by the contract, and we just bring that over just dollar for dollar, whatever was charged to us, we will go ahead and end up charging the property owner. And then we add on the time, staff time for the inspection, staff time to process the invoice, and all of the administrative fees that are basically done to recover what staff has had to put into the project.
Thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing, and can I get a motion, please? And a second.
Yes, I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Hemet City Council ordering abatement of weeds, rubbish, and refuse upon parkways or private property within the city of Hemet.
I'll second it.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Can we get a report from staff on item 21B, please?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the community. I'm Monique Galanese Slater, Community Development Director. This evening before you is the Housing Element Update request for readoption. On January 25th, 2022, the City Council adopted a resolution 2022-15 adopting the general plan for the housing element. And the proposed update is a comprehensive statement of the city's housing policies and serves as a guide for implementing the policies. As required by state law, the update examines current housing needs, estimates future housing needs, and establishes goals, policies, and programs pertaining to those needs, demonstrating capacity to accommodate this regional housing needs allocation mandated by the state. On October 10th, 2023, the council received a progress report with overview of the revisions to the housing element based on feedback received by HCD. And through the process, since the submittal of the housing element, the city's consulting team, Kimley Horn and Associates, and city staff have been working with HCD through their review process, requiring a series of draft revisions applicable to state law mandates and community context. On December 15th, 2023, additional revisions were required and deemed necessary by HCD for certification. And this evening, Bryant De La Torre with Kimley Horn is going to present the housing element update this evening further.
Thank you, Monique. Again, my name is Bryant De La Torre with Kimley Horn and Associates. So we've been working with staff on updating this housing element. Some of this will be repetitive. You may have seen this. Other of it will be new. I know it's been a long night, so I'll try to be quick but thorough. So go. So we identify our candidate sites. These are candidate sites to accommodate our RHNA. So our total housing need as determined in the final RHNA plan. In a bit, we'll get into exactly where we're identifying those sites and what our net unit count is in total. So these proposed sites are again, they're not individual projects. Some of them may be like, in the pipeline that have already been approved, but not constructed. And we'll go through there. But some of these units are also projections of ADUs. So this is ADUs that we took past performance of ADU development, kind of projected that out through the planning period. But most of these sites that we've identified, all of the sites we've identified are already existing residentially zoned. And we just identified the capacity on those parcels. So here you'll see a breakdown of these parcels. So starting at the top, you'll see that's our total RHNA. So you'll see on the far right, it's over 6,000. So this is a dramatic increase from the fifth cycle. And we see this as kind of the standard across the state. We see a general increase for the most part. At the top, you'll see what we term current projects. These are projects that were approved already and haven't been constructed. So just with our current projects, we were able to kind of net out, over 5,000. So we took a big chunk out of our arena there. But as you see, most of those units are in the above moderate. So that would be market rate projects, and a considerable amount, but still, not enough in the very low and low income category. So we netted out about 900. So from there, we still had a remaining need, both for for very low, low and moderate income, and to identify or to accommodate that remaining need, we identified vacant parcels that are already residentially zoned, that already have capacity to develop densities at varying densities, and through the identification of those sites, we were able to accommodate an additional 3,775 units across the income categories you see on the screen. And additionally, we had ADUs that we were able to project. So again, this is based off of past performance. We got the average of 3 years and projected that out for 8 years for a total of 88 units there. And then you'll see at the very bottom in the yellow, that's our total development capacity. Again, this is not individual projects that we're identifying to be developed. These are just accommodations on these parcels. And at the very bottom, you'll see on the very far right, we have a total buffer of 40% for our total arena, but our individual buffers per income category are a bit smaller. So for very low, we have 11%, for low income, 18, so on and so forth. And here, I think we got it bigger here. This is where we have all of our sites. So you'll see in the yellow, those are pipeline projects, so projects again that were already approved or at the time were currently under review, continued submitting applications, may be approved by this time, but in all the other 3 colors, you'll see those are sites that were identified, and they're color coded by income category. We took a mixed income approach. So although one category may look, that like teal color, which is for lower, very, very low, within that just means it's majority lower or very low income, but it may have, other income categories in there as well. All right, so we have some overall housing goals in the housing policy section. So these are just kind of overarching goals that were set out for the city to address, housing need, housing conditions, fair housing issues, and also just to address, current issues in the city. So I won't go through all of them, but these 5 overarching goals are what guided our individual policy programs. So each one of our housing programs will fall into one of these goals. All right, so now we get to our latest letter from HCD. So as Monique mentioned, in December, we received another letter asking us for additional analysis for certain sections. So there's really two buckets that they fall into is affirmatively furthering fair housing. So additionally, what HCD wanted is additional analysis comparing the city to the overall region. Some of the analysis was related to emergency shelters, homeless need, what we term recaps, so areas of racially and ethnic concentrations of poverty, some of the housing conditions along Florida Avenue as well. So just mostly analysis, nothing new really there. It's just putting what we already know on paper. The second bucket is housing programs. So HCD was asking us to address some of the housing, some of the conditions in our analysis, addressing them through our actions. So by adding these new programs, the city as a whole is affirmatively furthering fair housing. And then lastly, which is on the next item on the agenda, is zoning for emergency shelters. So since the 5th cycle, the city was required to implement a zone where emergency shelters were allowed by right. And because that wasn't implemented, it will not allow HCD to certify the housing element until that's enacted. So that comes from the 5th cycle, but now in the 6th cycle, there's a new requirement that not only do you need to allow emergency shelters in a zone by right, that zone where you allow by right should also allow other residential uses so that you're not concentrating this in certain pockets of the city. So next steps, back in April, we had our public review draft that was posted. So this was an updated draft. We were required to post that for at least 7 days to take public comment. And then we formally submitted on the 30th of April. And then I think that one is, oh yeah. So on May 7th, we were here at Planning Commission to get recommendation. And then we're here tonight. So our formal, HCD letter is due on June 28th. We've been in contact with HCD, and I think Monique can attest to this, that HCD is confident that we will, get through this process and hopefully have that substantial compliance letter, which essentially means as soon as you've completed your rezones, which is only the emergency shelter, and you're compliant with state law, you're essentially certified. All you have to do is send them back, check, this is what you approved, HCD, and this is what we're adopting. Does it match? Yes or no? So we're confident we can get there. There's 30 days until we receive that, but we're confident that we're going to get that, and we'll continue working with HCD to get to that. So again, we've had many public engagement events, many public hearings, and the draft housing document is available online. We're always really in a public review period. We're always considering comments as they come in. So if anyone here or online wants to check out the drafts, again, they're on that website. There's a lot of the outreach material, old presentations that are also on there as well. And with that, we'll open it up to any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from the council?
My comments are not necessarily specific, but general in my distaste for RENA. There are two strategies that are listed in here that to me kind of contradict each other. And so that's what I'm just going to go on. And one is the place-based strategies towards community revitalization. And when we're talking about that, it is almost, in my mind, in direct conflict with the effort to not allow the poorer communities to be gentrification moving in and displacing the people that live there. So if we are trying to revitalize communities and prohibit gentrification, how do we do that without displacing people when someone wants to renovate their home or their property or build something new, which is going to create a larger either selling price or rent increase without displacing the people that probably can't afford to live there with the increased rent?
Yeah, it's a delicate balance between, trying to improve the community, trying to improve, corridors, trying to improve specific areas, while also, not causing future displacement. So through, anti-displacement practices, some of which are in our program as housing element programs, we plan to, reduce any displacement and prevent any future displacement.
So do we then, if this happens, and people are displaced, does that then affect our numbers of what we are trying to accomplish?
Not for RENA, not in this cycle at least.
But it will in the next cycle.
It may. HCD hasn't come out with their 7th cycle yet, which is around the corner.
This up because they're listening in and they're going to bring that back and say, yep, we're going to ding you on that one too.
Of course, yeah. So once they have their RENA methodology, that may be included in there as well.
I just have, as you probably can tell, real issues when state government comes down and tells us what we can and cannot do with our own communities. Thank you.
Okay. Being familiar with housing elements, typically you're working very closely with your HCD rep. How many times have they had a chance to review it and just brought this issue up now is my frustration.
Brought what up? What?
Well, the additional items that they're asking for.
Yeah. So this is an issue that we actually brought up. I believe it was late last week with our reviewer, that they keep asking us for AFFH programs. They point us at this or this jurisdiction and are asking the city, hey, do this, do that. It's not relevant to the city. There's no real correlation with what they're asking us to do, and what the city, should do. It's really a subjective part on their side. On our latest call, we let them know, hey, this is the last round. We can't go through anymore. Tell us exactly what you want. And we've drilled them down, trying to get them exactly, what are you looking for? Because personally, Kimley Horn, that we do this all over the jurisdictions.
I know.
We don't understand why ACD is directing the city through this. There's a lot of programs in the housing element, I'm sure you've seen that are very progressive and are meant to improve the community and help residents of the city. So yeah, it's
So I just want to express my frustration with HCD. I mean, I have a certified housing element, and we didn't go through nearly what Hemet's going through. And what I've been told, it is subjective, and I think that's unacceptable. It's my understanding that they're gonna try and work on making it less subjective by the reviewers, and I believe they're gonna be audited. So I know it's painful. I just say I'm a 6-cycle survivor, and I hope Hemet is very, very soon. I also wanted to just commend on the exhibit with the site selections, because the low income was placed all throughout the city and wasn't in clusters. So I appreciate that, but sorry for my frustration, but it had to be said.
Do you have any examples from other cities that have tried to do this without gentrifying specific areas?
Every jurisdiction is a little different, but typically there's what we term anti-displacement strategies, and that really looks different everywhere, just based off of income categories, based off of the nature of different areas, how built out a community is. So it really depends.
So they're they're trying to get us to do something, but they're not like suggesting or giving examples of where they're getting their information from.
Yeah. So Monique can also speak to this. They're telling us, give us more, but they won't tell us what is that more. So we don't want to give them the whole world, because then you need to report on that in the annual report. So you don't want to overcommit. So we've asked them specifically, what do you want? What are you looking for? And it's been left out, very vague, up to interpretation. So our interpretation of AFFH law is it should be objective. So our review is objective, but they're subjectively applying an objective process, if that makes sense.
Can you go back to where you're talking about the rezoning part, and then you said something about by right? I didn't catch the part like after that.
Yeah. So the specifics, I'll wait until the next, or I'll let Monique on the next one. But as part of the housing element, so in the 5th cycle, emergency shelters were required. Cities and all jurisdictions were required to adopt a zone that allows emergency shelters by right, and this can be any zone. And the city didn't do that in the 5th cycle, so that's what would hold up certification. But now in the 6th cycle, there's an additional requirement that not only do you need to zone emergency shelters by right in at least one zone, that same zone, wherever you zone it, must also allow another residential use.
What does that mean?
So it must allow either by right or by a CUP, any other discretion.
So if I zone a specific area for a shelter to be there, I have to give permission for another developer to be able to build there?
No, not another developer, but just allow another residential use. So like any other type of use, I believe here, I forgot what the use was that's also allowed there. Do you remember that?
Yes, as part of our next public hearing item, we'll discuss in detail, but the criteria is that the zone in which you establish by right also has to accommodate another residential type use, or in this case, mixed use. which is what we'll be proposing at our next public hearing.
Okay, I have a question, and I might have missed this, but on page 5 of the report under discussion, the last paragraph says, and I think there's a word that's misspelled and wrong, but I'll say it the way I think it's supposed to say. In the event HCD responds with additional review comments, the resolution before council will include a provision that grants the community development director the authority to make minor modifications to the housing element to the extent that such modifications are necessary to receive a certified housing element. And when I look at the resolution, I do not see that in there.
That is included in the resolution, but it's not explicit to the community development director. I did see that change. But it is included in the resolution on page number okay, so page number 86.
Which page?
Or page 8 of the resolution, or page 86 of the agenda packet. So page 8 of the resolution, where it is in the city's best interest to obtain state certification of its housing element revisions as recommended by HCD, will be incorporated into the housing element in compliance with state law. The Planning Commission and their resolution, they did indicate that it was recommended that the revisions would be as provided by the community development director, but in the actual resolution to council, it's just that revisions as recommended by HCD.
Okay, but it says the community development director would make that decision. And you're saying what line says that? I don't see that.
Okay, so the Planning Commission resolution.
No, we're talking about our resolution. 'Cause
Yes.
we're signing our
Page number,
resolution.
yes. Page number 8 of the city council resolution. Top, first paragraph, line number 1. Whereas it is in the city's best interest to obtain state certification of its housing element revisions as recommended by HCD will be incorporated into the housing element in compliance with state law. So it appears that this section was amended. It does not include the director, but I would be facilitating those revisions with HCD.
Okay, I think, Ms. Tam, I think that if it is the will of the council that you grant that authority, that we can make that much more explicit. I think that the council, if it wanted to approve this resolution, could approve it with the authority of the community development director to make minor revisions in response to comments from HCD in order to get certification. I think we can put that in the operative part of section 3.3.3. I can draft that language so that it could be added as an amendment.
And then my question is there a second look? Will the city manager look at it after there's revisions?
If you want it to be the city manager has the authority to make those modifications in lieu of the community development director, that you could put that language as well. I assume the city manager wouldn't draft them himself, and I assume he would have the community development director draft them and then approve them.
I just kind of want a second set of eyes on it.
Sounds good. So my recommendation would be then that the city council authorize the city manager to make minor revisions to the housing element in response to any comments from HCD in order to get certification.
Well, I would assume the community development director would give it to the city manager for approval. So it would be second set of eyes. So I would agree to that. Is that okay with everybody else?
Anything else?
That's it. I will open the public hearing After the public hearing is closed, we will bring the item back to council for discussion. City Clerk, do we have any registered comments or speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers.
With that, I will close the public hearing. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, to re-adopt General Plan Amendment 21-001 for the revised six-cycle housing element 2021 to 2029, with the revisions indicated by the city attorney, and direct staff to file a notice of exemption with the state clearinghouse and the Riverside County Clerk Recorder.
I'll second that.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Can we get a report from staff on items 21C, please?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Monique Allen Slater, Community Development Director. This is part 2 of our housing element compliance this evening. Tonight before you is a zoning ordinance amendment. The letter that was received on December 15th, 2023 from HCD in regards to the housing element. Additional revisions were deemed necessary for certification, including a requirement to first adopt a zoning code amendment to permit emergency shelters by right in a zone prior to certification of the housing element. This is in alignment with the strategic goal of establishing a housing program and looking at homeless solutions for the community. The proposed zoning code amendment would be in compliance with AB 2339, and the intent of the ordinance is to establish an emergency shelter overlay zone without the need of a conditional use permit at the Valley Restart Shelter. The certification requirement for HCD, they identified specific criteria. In order to be able to establish an emergency overlay zone or identify a zone that allows for emergency shelters by right, the zoning within and of itself also not only has to provide by right, but also has to provide for residential uses that are permitted by the zone. The current zoning of the property is C1 commercial, and it does allow for mixed use. So the proposed zoning code amendment will address twofold the requirements of HCD. In addition, the zoning code amendment would formally adopt a zoning code change to related to the urgency ordinance established for the emergency sleeping cabins at Valley Restart, which was adopted by council under zoning ordinance 2023-2015. That is set to expire in June of this year. The property located at 200 East Menlo Avenue, Valley Restart, the property boundaries of the emergency overlay zone would be contained within 3 parcels currently owned by Valley Restart. The zoning of the property is C1 commercial. And the land use designation is office professional. The proposed amendments include adding emergency shelters as a permitted use in accordance with Government Code 65583 subdivision A4. as well as establishing additional uses by state law, such as low barrier navigation center, adding supportive housing, as well as updating the component for mixed use to also be permitted by right. So it is a consistent, it's consistent with state law. Currently, the code allows the Valley Restart to be permitted by right. However, any future expansion would be subject to a conditional use permit. So in this case, this would be a zoning code cleanup, which would allow future expansion of the shelter, recommended up to 100 beds. Currently, there are 49 beds, permanent beds on capacity at the facility now. This would allow for future expansion should the Valley Restart wish to redevelop the site. In addition, there are 6 pallet shelter homes and contained within a pallet shelter village. There are 6, a total of 12 units, with an additional 6 units that are under building plan check for future expansion of the pallet shelter. So this is also going to sunset the urgency ordinance, which would allow for the pallet shelter to remain throughout the homeless crisis through the city. One of the components would allow permitting mixed uses with a wraparound establishment. So this would allow for potential reprogramming of the Valley Restart Shelter facility to also allow more flexible uses on the property. And no changes are recommended at this time for the emergency shelters code pertaining to zones in the commercial manufacturing zone, except to update the parking criteria in compliance with AB 139. This is the pallet shelter village. The update to the code also includes the location of the pallet shelter that was approved by council and identifies the approximate area that it would be located on. The proposed ordinance is in compliance with not is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15061B3, which provides CEQA only applies to projects that would have a potential cause for significant impact on the environment. This is a text amendment. It is not in itself relate to any physical project and will not result in a physical change to the environment for the property. It is also necessary in accordance with 15269C as an action necessary to prevent or mitigate an emergency specifically proposed to mitigate the city's shelter crisis as declared by City Council in 2018. The property owners were notified of the project within 500-foot radius, as well as noticing in the press enterprise within 10 days of holding the public hearing. Tribal consultation was also prepared, and one letter was received from the Augustine Band of Coahuila Indians. No cultural resources were known at this time, and they deferred any comments for future development. The Airport Land Use Commission was also notified of the zoning code amendment. No additional review was deemed required as the property is located outside the airport compatibility zone. This concludes my presentation. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council open up the public hearing and take testimony and waive full reading of the ordinance introduced, as well as to direct staff to file a notice of determination with the State Clearinghouse and Riverside County Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any comments from the council on this item?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. On, since this property is all owned by Valley Restart and it's quote by right, are there any conditions on any type of expansion? They, I guess specific questions, if they wanted to utilize the rest of the acreage that they have for pallet homes, they would be able to do that?
They would have to come back to the city council for reconsideration. The current ordinance is written that it would only allow the pallet shelter homes to be contained within the approved enclosed area.
Okay, so, but no matter what, if they wanted to expand to the 100-bed maximum that would be allowable under this ordinance, could they build basically with city approval any type of shelter structure that they wanted? It could be a multi-level type thing. It could be individual little houses. It could be duplexes. It could be fourplexes. It could be basically anything they want.
Yes, the intent of this ordinance is to provide flexibility. The expansion for the 100 beds would be for shelter. That's also that number excludes the pallet village, so the pallet village is in addition to that number, and any other additional transitional or supportive housing, which could be multi-level as well.
Okay, thank you.
Now, this brings a total up to 12 pallet homes now in that area, or?
There are currently 12 pallet beds capacity currently.
And how many are they able to have on that facility, on that property?
Based on the future planning, I believe they could most likely fit an additional 24 beds.
24.
Mhm.
Okay, so they go by increments of 6 all the time, and
Yes.
yeah, okay, so total of 24.
Currently there are 12. Currently there's 6, 12 beds capacity, and they are also they're proposing 6 additional now, which would be an additional 12, and potentially an additional 6 in the near future. So right now we have a building plan check for additional 6 more pallet units, or 6 more pallet homes that would allow for 12 beds.
Okay, thank you. Any? No one? Now we'll open the public hearing. After the public hearing is closed, we will bring the item back to council for discussion. City Clerk, do we have any registered comments?
There are no registered public comments, Mayor.
With that, I will close public hearing. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll make a motion to waive full reading, go on down through all of that to revise chapter 90, and then direct staff to file notice of determination with the state clearinghouse and Riverside County Clerk.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, a second by Councilmember Lilienthal. That motion passes 5-0, and I do have to read into the record to read by title only and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hemet, California, amending various sections of Chapter 90 zoning of the municipal code in accordance with housing state law and the city's housing element, including Article 27 overlay zones, Article 10 special housing classifications, and Hemet Municipal Code Section 90-893 permitted uses for emergency shelter overlay zone at the Valley Restart shelter, and amendment to Article 10 special housing classifications related to ordinance number 2023-2015 for emergency sleeping cabins at Valley Restart.
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to put into the record the language that I drafted for the resolution on the last item. I added subsection 3 to section 3, city manager authority. The city council hereby authorizes and directs the city manager to make minor modifications or amendments to the housing element as may be necessary to comply with any comments or recommendations from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, to obtain certification. The modifications or amendments authorized herein shall be limited to those necessary to comply with HCD's comments and recommendations. A substantial change that significantly alters the content or intent of the housing element shall be brought back to the city council for review and approval. The city manager shall report back to the city council on any modification or amendments made to the housing element and provide a summary report upon obtaining HCD certification. That's what I was working on. All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, so we're done here, right? So next we'll move to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull items C, D, H, and J.
And Jay,
J, yes.
anyone else?
And I.
Anyone else? Okay. That's it? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the items on the remaining consent calendar? And get a second.
I will make a motion to approve those not pulled from the consent calendar and for approval.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson, a second by Councilmember Lilienthal to approve the consent calendar with the removal of items C, D, H, I, and J for separate consideration. And that motion passes 5-0. Starting with item C, Mayor.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council.
Hi there. I just had one quick question. So let me find my notes here. Sorry, I didn't get them typed up. It was a, holiday weekend. So how many disasters has the city responded to since 2006 when we started getting this? Or just maybe in the last 5 years?
Are you talking about hazardous materials responses or disasters in general?
Well, so it is for hazmat. So yeah, I would say the hazmat.
We typically respond on a legitimate hazmat incident probably about 6 to 8 times per year. We are dispatched several more times. However, typically they are found to be within something that the city public works can mitigate or something that turns out to be a misidentification of a hazardous material.
There weren't there two like back to back a couple weeks ago?
We've had a few, yes, recently.
That's my only question.
Can I have our grants coordinator come up? And if she can, is she able to answer if the city's ever taken a grant that they had to repay due to, use the word negligence, but did we ever have anything where we had to repay back any of our grants?
No.
Can you talk about how I'll wait till the next one. Thank you.
Okay, that's all in 22C?
Correct. So I'll make a motion to approve 22C.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. Just waiting on Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to 22D.
This is just one other quick question. So I can completely sympathize with the increase for auto parts. My question is so we have 360 vehicles and equipment. Do we know how many of those are within their lifespan and how many are outside? I guess my concern is if we're spending money on making repairs to vehicles that have exceeded the life expectancy.
I'm sure there's some that are, reached the end of their life. I'm not going to deny that, but we have some really good equipment maintenance mechanics that keep these things going, and they definitely need these parts in order to do so. We, as you saw in the budget workshop, there are several vehicles up for replacement, but that's
Yeah, maybe in the future. It was just a quick question I had.
sure.
I want to add to that. Since we have multiple vehicles with multiple departments, where's the money being pulled from?
Well, this is an internal services division, so it comes from the departments that they're serving. So if they're working on a fire engine, it'll come from the fire department. If they're working on a police department vehicle, it'll come from the police department. Similarly for public works or whatever other department that.
So they have a checklist and determines where it comes from.
That's correct.
So measure U or H or whatever. Okay, thank you.
So I'll make a motion to approve item 22D.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to 22H.
Mayor, I'd like to ask if I could combine 22H and 22J. They're both for the same firm.
I don't see why not, yeah.
Well, so my first question, and I know one of our residents brought this up, that the quote is expired. So I did see a quote in there from July 31st of last year, and it did indicate that it's only good for 6 months.
Yes, we did secure the quote with Tyler Technology, and it was just the back and forth of the contract that was going through legal of Tyler and then our legal. But the pricing was locked in at the time that we decided to move forward with them.
Okay, so it's kind of a trigger for me. If we can document in the staff report or provide documentation, because if I don't have anything that backs that up, I have concerns.
Okay, sure.
And then my comment was, so I know that this firm is, probably, one of very few. In my experience with them, and currently, we've seen a lack of customer service. So I really hope that we can stay on top of them here and get them to provide the service that we need to run these systems. That's all I had.
And that's on both H and J then? Okay, thank you.
We also do have on the line Tyler Technologies for the ERP, and we also have Chuck Newberry, who's here for the EPL side of Tyler Technologies, and then Soft Resources, who is the consultant that is helping us with the implementation. They're all available for any kind of questions. And just to add on is that Tyler Technology has developed a huge online platform that allows you to search and go through like tutorials on how they give you scenarios that can help you go about that. And I know that with our experience, they are very responsive to calling us back quickly if we do have like an urgent matter. But their online platform is very helpful.
Yeah, I utilize that as much as I possibly can, but we're still working through issues when we implemented it on July 1st of last year. So I just don't want to see that for our city.
So the system we're getting from Tyler, there's 2 systems, right?
Correct.
And what departments will benefit out of them?
This one, that's the ERP, will actually be for human resources, payroll, accounts payable, receivable, general ledger. Utility billing is another huge module that they have in there. So it's more along the lines of like financial software.
And then the other?
The other one is for land management, which would be for building permits, code enforcement. You have engineering and planning who will utilize that as well.
That's the one that I'm interested in. Is that going to expedite our permits and get things done a lot faster where we don't have complaints
that
from
is the
different
goal.
businesses?
Yes. Because what's happening is it's going to an online and it's much more current with technology than what we're using right now. So just that alone is going to bring us to be able to serve the community a lot quicker and more efficiently. So.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Good. That's what I was hoping. Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Tiffany, can you talk about the addition of the 900,000 to the 2.6? And then also, can you talk about or just kind of share the difference between the 5-year contract and the 10-year contract?
Well, we don't have like pricing for a 5-year. It's for a 10-year. And the current software that we have is Tyler Technologies. It's Eden is the name of that software. We've had that since 2000. So that has been in place for a very long time. And part of the reason too that we selected Tyler Technologies was that they're going to help us with the data conversion, since it's going from one Tyler Technology software to another Tyler Technology software. And can you just briefly go into the dollar amount that you?
So, so on the recommendations, we are authorizing the Administrative Services Director to increase supplemental appropriations, total like 900,000 for CIP 2404.
Oh, is this for the EPL?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have that staff report here. Anyone from DLS, can you assist on this one? Since it's being headed up by building, we're going to have them speak to that.
Okay, so as far as for that $900,000 specifically, there is $428,000 of base implementation costs. There is an optional My Civic and Executive Insights implementation. And what this is a data analytics platform. So it's able to provide better information for when council or when the public asks for certain things, like how many permits have we processed? How many things have we done? So it's an analytics platform that provides a better reporting mechanism for the public as well as for council as well. Travel costs so when we're talking about customer service, about bringing people out, if they need to actually come out and do either some type of physical training or something where they have an online platform and all of those things are available. But this appropriations is if we need to have somebody out here, we don't want to be constrained by not having to have planned for that. So if we need to bring that person out to do some type of in-person, it would be covering the travel for that as well. IT data and migration cleanup. Well, we're talking about over a decade's worth of data. And our concern and the DLS side is the quality of the data. We don't want to take bad data and then put it into a new program and continue to have bad data. And so for instance, I'll just give you a really quick example. When a developer comes in to develop a community, there's one APN number. If you're not, an APN is the assigned parcel number. There's one for a particular piece of property. You put 200 homes on that property, eventually you're going to have 200 APNs. Well, the county is behind on issuing some of those APNs. And so that causes a backlog. So we might have several addresses within our current system with one APN that haven't been divided yet. So we start pushing that data over to a new system and we create a lot of problems. So one of the things that we were that we really wanted to get across was that we needed to make sure that the data we pushed over to the new system was good data. And so there's a lot of that. Fire investigation software interface. So as we're moving with all of these programs and different things, the fire department has an inspection software. And so in order to keep things moving quickly, permit-wise, we want to have an interface between the Tyler program and the fire department program so that there's a smooth transition. So when a permit comes from building and it goes to fire, it goes across to that program and then back. So we're trying to smooth and streamline city processes to really effectively help the customer get a quicker turnaround.
Have we implemented the new system yet? Are we on it now, or is it?
We are in implementation for the new fire department system for first due.
So the conversion's not done yet?
The conversion is not done yet.
But it's going from one system, the same, from Tyler to Tyler, but an upgraded Tyler.
So
system.
no, okay, so to clarify, Tyler to Tyler is for the EPR, which is for the finance
Okay,
portion.
so that's something.
So right now, currently, we use Central Square, which has their program called Track It. And Track It is what we currently use when the system, I know you're familiar with it because you're nodding your head. And so we have a system that hasn't received updates in probably 5 years. They've migrated for the EPL on this, they've migrated to a cloud-based platform. We're still on a server-based platform.
Right.
And so one of the challenges that we're facing and why you'll see there's $250,000 set for overtime and backfill of city staff because we anticipate a huge endeavor,
Right,
not only
definitely.
from our building staff, but from our IT staff as well, either having to contract with somebody to handle the data migration because we're talking about 20 plus years of data.
So you have to
within-
export it and then import it into the new system. So
and because we have a system that has not been upgraded, but also is antiquated. We don't have anybody that knows the system very well here that's really here anymore. That's just being kind of just being straight up and honest with that. And so we're going to need to really dive in to do that, to make sure that we bring good data across and that everything that we do, it's kind of that 1 degree of drift, right? In a nautical sense, I go 1 degree off and then, 100 miles down the road, we're way off. And so this is our opportunity to kind of right the ship and get us back on course.
well, you got to make sure you export it properly and then get it imported into the right fields or you're going to be in trouble.
That is way beyond my ability. And so I think for us, that's where we're really asking that we want to get the experts to do it right. And we're not that.
Well, the company selling you the new system should have the experts on board, right?
Well, for their system, yes, but when we go back through, we just have to find the expert in the old stuff and in the old system with the old programs
Right.
that are in there. And they may be able to offer something in that nature, and that would be great. But a lot of the data cleanup, we're either going to devote city staff time to, and then if that city staffer is, let's say, a building technician is executing that data cleanup, we need somebody to do permits. We still have daily business within the city that we have to.
How many
And
hours
it's-
did you allocate that for?
We allocated halftime of basically halftime of a person for a year. The whole implementation, and this is something that that Tiffany can speak to as well, is this is a 12 to 18-month transition. It's a large
take you a long
endeavor.
time.
It's not something that we're going to be able to flip the switch on.
Good luck,
overnight.
Scott. You're going to be working.
And I know like with the migration, sometimes it's like the addresses, did somebody spell out north? Did they spell out avenue? I mean, if it's spelt wrong,
It
I've been
creates
there.
an entirely new record.
So
You're
I get it.
absolutely right. Yes.
Good luck.
Yes.
Wow. Which one was that?
That was H&J.
H&J,
So,
okay. Well, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I will make a recommendation for approval of item 22H and 22J.
Second, okay.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick and second by Councilmember Krupa to approve staff recommendations for items H and J.
Moving to 22I.
That motion passes 5-0.
Moving 22I.
So the question is, we got this block grant money. Did the city miscalculate the cost of code enforcement? where is the 158,000 coming from? What fund, if we're moving it from one fund to another, is something else going to be affected?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. There was no miscalculation of the fund. The code enforcement program was allocated $158,711 in community development block grant funds this current fiscal year to cover 1.5 full-time equivalent of a code inspector. Due to concerns from HUD and the city attorney concurs, the CDBG funding for code enforcement is being zeroed out. And in order to do this, two things need to happen or to be done. One, increase appropriations in the amount of $158,711 in Fund 120 called Community Development Fund for salaries and fringe benefits. This will move the appropriations that was budgeted in CDBG Fund 240 to Fund 120 Community Development. The second is the amount of $158,711 that was allocated to code enforcement in Fund 240 Community Development Block Grant is being transferred to the holding account. Code enforcement will no longer be funded with CDBG grant funding. Therefore, the allocation, the activity received is moving to the holding account. This amount can be reallocated to public facilities and infrastructure in another program year in CDBG. I hope that answers your question.
Did it? So does that mean we can make an amendment to the previous CBDG?
Are you
like, for example, I'm thinking of Michelle's place.
I think it's
That
too
we
late
did
for
it.
that. No, we can reallocate for 25, 26.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve I.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Council, please cast your votes. And that's a motion by Councilmember Lilienthal, a second by Councilmember Kendrick. That motion passes 5-0.
Oh, that's it. Thank you, everyone, for coming. No, I'm just kidding. All right, next we will move to the discussion items. Our first discussion item will be item 23A. Can we have a staff presentation, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a follow-up item from our April 3rd workshop where we identified priorities for fiscal year 24-25. The council identified 42 separate initiatives that received voting when you went through your prioritization process. And we've cleverly identified and added dots to this worksheet that will be later removed. So this is just to help you recall the voting that did occur at that particular day. I do want to walk through several of these, and I have some notes for you and would like to receive feedback on a couple of these in particular. And I know it's going to be a little hard to follow on the screen, but I'm going to read some of these to you. Just a moment. Okay, I had trouble moving through my own computer. So in a couple of cases, and let me back up a little bit. I know JP is going to be driving, so you'll see this in a second again. What we've done is take the air, water, chocolate exercise, and we've turned that into green, yellow, red, right? So there's a legend at the top of this worksheet that says in green, these represent the highest priorities, yellow, high priorities, and red, important priorities. So they're all important priorities. It's just you've prioritized them for us We've made an effort based on your feedback to prioritize these into green, yellow, and red. And so tonight we're looking for confirmation that we have that right. And what we have is a fairly even split between the green, yellow, red. I think that represents a nice work plan. Your feedback conveys to us that the green are most important and that we will prioritize that work. Yellow is a close second, and we know that those are the two highest priorities, followed by the red. So today we'll be looking for feedback on whether all of these are in the right category, green, yellow, red. And then in a few cases, we've made a suggestion to rephrase the term that was used at the workshop. So in items 1, 2, and 3 here, we have a statement that said, create a policy on returning phone calls and emails. So it's recommended that we rephrase that to establish city customer service policy, and it will address all of those issues and more. For number 2, provide lighting on dark streets. We've rephrased that to identify and prioritize opportunities for solar light installation, install up to $150,000 of lighting improvements in FY 24-25. The note section indicates, the comment section indicates that may provide up to 7 lights. I think the answer is going to be closer to 6 because it requires us to install a pole in this case. In Sierra Dawn, we had the luxury of using existing poles, so it's much more affordable. Number 3, we do have we actually consolidated 3 different areas that you voted on. These were compel property owners to take care of their properties, proactive code enforcement, meaning weed abatement and curb appeal, and focus on distressed properties. And in working with our chief building official, we've rephrased that to prioritize neighborhood code enforcement, quality of life, nuisance, distressed property issues by dedicating 50% of each Friday code enforcement officer's staff time to proactive engagement, meaning weed abatement, curb appeal, etc. All of their time is typically reactive. And this, we only have 1 person on Fridays, but this person would spend 5 hours every week on proactive efforts to focus on neighborhood blight type issues. So that's the idea here. We would then document the number of courtesy warnings and issues that letters that were issued. We provide a 20-day period for them to resolve that before a $50 citation is issued. So we'll be able to provide you metrics on that. Dropping down to number 6, we had consider options for soccer field expansion. We've made that more specific and referenced the partnership with Valley-Wide and EMWD with a specific focus on working on a lease with Metropolitan Water District for use of land for 8 soccer fields and advancing and completing design for 8 artificial turf soccer fields, adjacent parking, and the required restroom facilities. I did have a conversation with one council member who asked about grass versus turf, and that's a consideration because if we're, the concept here would be turf, which would allow for events and programming to occur even on inclement weather days. On the other hand, it's going to be much more expensive up front. However, if we installed turf, grass will be more affordable up front, but will cost more money over time because of water use as well as the labor associated with maintenance and cutting and fertilizing. So we can talk more about that. Just wanted to note that in the draft budget, we have included funding for state and federal lobbyist services, so we need to bring you back some options on that. Number 8 here on the fire facility improvements, this one's also been rephrased, and we're focusing on planning out fire stations 6, 7, and 8. And that would include identifying locations, sequencing, land acquisition strategy, and funding requirements and options. So there's a lot to that. That's an important item for us to consider as we plan out the future of the fire department. On number 10, this is about updating the Hemet brand identity and story. And as I've heard several of you say, good things are happening in Hemet. We want to tell that story. That's been consolidated with push out good news about Hemet.
My instinct is we can do this in-house. I know there's a lot of external opportunities and firms that specialize in this type of branding for municipalities and beyond. At the moment, this is not in the budget, so I'm considering this an in-house opportunity. But if your thought was to look to external sources, that would be helpful feedback tonight. On number 12, we've made some edits on number 12 to rephrasing this to establishing benchmarks and providing quarterly and annual updates to the city council. In terms of the CIPs on number 14, we've just called out the items that are slated for advancement in some form. We include references to where they are today, and essentially most of these are in some form of design, some progress on design. When we dip into the yellow items, we are intending to develop the shovel-ready plan for Simpson Park in-house. So we've already made some progress with the police department, who's done some work on security at the location. And we've worked with Public Works on looking at some of the assets up there and understand the needs with our trailers, 3 of the trailers that are up there. In terms of the Sierra Dawn beautification project, line 17, this does anticipate 3 consecutive years of partnership and median beautification. So the first step will be to prioritize those and then work on developing and phasing those. On line 18, creation of an economic development strategy. This we have a draft plan. It's ready for review by the business ad hoc. We'll be scheduling a meeting soon, but this is a carryover from the current year. And a couple of more items that are carryovers from the prior year. That includes line 23, youth activities and the Simpson Center management. And then on item 30, the staffing, fully staffed 5 days a week, just to note that that's going to require meet and confer. And that would be subject to agreement with our a couple of our bargaining groups to operate Covell and City Hall. And item 41 is a carryover from the current year as well. So with that, let me pause and I guess one more thing on column D, support groups and council liaisons. Tonight is an opportunity also for you to provide us feedback on either ad hocs or individual interest in assisting with some of these policy development matters. So if you have an item that you would like to be attached to, this is an opportunity for us to document that and include it in the work plan that we would bring back to you for final adoption at a subsequent council meeting.
Can you include me with number 19? I actually think we should put it up there in the green. Maybe switch it with number 10.
You want to change those blue dots to red, don't you?
We got a lot of raggedy streets.
This is to me, it's one of the most important items in the city. I've talked a lot about how the roads can snowball, if you will, and overrun our budget capacity if we don't maintain them and invest in especially those that are about to move to their next phase of deterioration. So this is good feedback. If there's council interest in moving this into the green, making sure that this is a high priority, we can do that.
I'd just like to say that we all went to this Las Vegas convention last week on economic development and retail. It was amazing. Convention center's huge. We walked so much. We were so tired. But on number 10, push out good news about Hemet. One of the discussions I went to was on influencers. And it was very interesting how they're saying, like with the social media and that, And I remember when we were at Veterans Day last year and we were talking about opening the skate park, there was a young gentleman there. And he said that he knew somebody that had like, what was it, 1 million followers or something? That he could hook us up with his friend that had all these followers, you know, to promote it. Well, luckily we don't have to promote it because it's a huge success. But it was very interesting, and I'm going to write up some notes on that on social media and influencers. So I'm already on it for the business outreach ad hoc, but it was interesting. So
Number of cities are using and deploying and chambers of commerce and tourism groups using influencers. In fact, I believe the mayor introduced me to a local Hemet influencer who's I think in that $1 million category, 1 million follower category from Hemet.
I would like to suggest that number 4, number 16, and number 22 all be combined into one for the Arts and Culture Ad Hoc Committee, because we're already doing this.
I got 4 and 16.
4, 16, and 22. And then also combine 21 and 31. They're both planting trees, one on public property, one on community property, and maybe create an outreach to different organizations, service clubs, and private property owners who would be willing to assist the city in planting trees.
I'm already on 6, but you can add me to 11 also.
I'd be interested in 1, 3, 8, 12, 27, and 35.
1, 3, 8, 12.
27 and 35.
I have a question on number 20. Malcolm, was that yours? Because you were concerned about citizens and their substandard living conditions. Is that what that refers to? Number 20?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't really section 8, it was just everybody in
Property in
general
general.
because we have such
Slumlords.
poor property managers in this town. So that could probably be rephrased a little bit.
But then that goes back to that whole gentrification thing. If
Mhm.
property owners upgrade their property and then they have to increase their rent, does that push people out?
It's not really gentrification. That's just making standard living conditions the way they should be. But you're right. They'll probably ask more for rent if the water works.
Can you add me to 8 too?
Which one? I'm sorry.
Seven?
Wasn't 32 year ending?
It would make sense to add me to 32 as well. But that's like back burner. You know what I mean? Because it's in brown.
Back burner in what sense? Because it's red?
Well, I thought you said 37.
32, right?
32, excuse me.
"32 is the youth count. Corey Jackson wants to. "32.
The youth council, we're actually doing that where we are, and we have different department heads, providing presentations to them every month. It's fantastic. Like our mayor mentees, you just get them interested very young.
Oh, we have to go over time, 10 o'clock.
Can I get a motion to extend or?
I will make a motion to extend our meeting.
I'll say no. I'll second that.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson, second by Councilmember Krupa to extend the meeting. That motion passes 5-0.
I will volunteer for number 33.
I think so. Any other feedback? No?
I can drop out for her.
Yeah, the city clerk's identified on number 3 on the distressed type property issues, the code enforcement item. The concept is to have the cleanup graffiti ad hoc. And Carol, you would be the third council member on that because Males and Lilienthal.
I'll remove myself.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to package this up. We'll bring this back for formal approval. You can make a motion tonight, but I think if you see it again, it might be helpful. And we'll move the one yellow to green. That's the road strategy. Is there any other item moving colors?
If you combine 16, 22, and 4, could you move them all to number 4? And 31 and 21, move it to 21?
I'm going to go back and watch a tape tomorrow on those moves. It was 4.
16, 22, and 4, combine it into number 4 to make it a priority, green priority, and combine 31 and 21 to make it a 21, which I think is yellow.
Right.
Thank you.
All right.
You got me on 11, right? And 6. I'm already on 6, so thanks.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, are we complete? Well, thank you for your presentations. Are there any comments from the council at all? If not, can I get a motion and a second, please? No?
Mayor, I'll be happy to bring this back and put it on for final review.
Okay.
We can put this on consent, and if anyone sees an adjustment, we can make that.
Okay, now what everyone's been waiting for, we'll move to 23B. Can we have a staff presentation, please?
Mayor, I'll provide a brief introduction. The city was approached by the Hemet Theater earlier this year and learned about expansion plans that they have for the theater. The concept is to almost double the number of seats inside the theater. The theater would like to utilize approximately 25 feet to the west as well as the east. It's easy to move to the east because there's not a building there, and a future building could be built there. To the west, there is an existing building, approximately 14,000 square foot lot, 13,000 square foot building. Remarkably, these two properties are available for sale for the first time in probably 30 plus years. So as someone said earlier, it's an opportunity where the stars have aligned, and the theater has an opportunity to potentially consider an expansion. The concept here is for the city to acquire both properties, the building that's 13,000 square feet plus, for a negotiated price of $1.5 million, as well as the vacant parcel to the east of the theater that formerly had a building that did burn down. The negotiated price for that is $350,000. The staff report includes information about the tangible benefits to the community, specifically economic development related benefits, community revitalization, cultural and recreational opportunities and with these facilities, and also preventing speculative investment. The city did inspect the building, and we're aware that the building has had some roof issues, documented leaks over the years that it's our understanding have been patched as they've come up over the last 10 years. Each property, we did secure the services of an appraiser to receive an appraisal for both properties. In the case of the building, the appraisal came in at a total price of $1.545 million, slightly above the asking price. And in the case of the 222 East Florida Avenue, this is the vacant parcel. That parcel came in at an appraised value of $190,000. The price that the property is listed for is $350,000. I should mention that the lease revenue off of the building, the 13,000 square foot building, actually has two tenants. There's a tenant on Harvard Street, and also the Balloons and Things building on Florida. That rent totals approximately $50,000 annually. So with that, myself, the city attorney, and others are available to answer questions.
Anyone like to?
So I have some concerns about paying above the appraised value. We're kind of in strange times. We're trying to negotiate with our labor groups. I don't know how I could look a constituent in the face saying I authorized payment of more than what a property is appraised for. So I have concerns with that. The other structure, I'm glad that that came in below. I know that it has issues, but that's the as is appraised value. So I don't necessarily have issues with that. But I would like to see a plan for what needs to be done with that. So I don't know if there's some way we can put a timeline in there and when we can have like a conceptual plan that is available for the city council or the public to view, because again, this is using public funds to buy property to help with the expansion of the Hemet Theater, which is a very important structure and service in the community. And I agree with, the expansion, but I do have some concerns with the properties. But again, I think my biggest one is I cannot support paying above the appraised value.
Well, I concur with you on that aspect. Do we even know anything about the property on the east? And do we need to do a phase 2 just to make sure the soil samples are okay, or that there's nothing there that's going to cause any harm to anybody? I don't know. I don't know what was there before. I think you mentioned it was a nail salon or something, but I'm not sure what else. So, there's a flower shop. Bad flowers? What about the property on the west, though? Do we even know how much it's going to cost us to put a new roof and make sure everything's working properly, replumb anything, put new electricity in? What are we gonna have to do?
I can speak to roof issues. If it, depending on the condition of the roof, it's been patched in recent years. But I think if we're looking at a future project that would touch that roof, and anticipating that the project would be done within a short, when I define short, I'd say under 5 years. But an expansion within 5 years, it would be my recommendation to patch as best as possible rather than replace the roof. Our chief building official did have a chance to inspect the roof. It's his observation that the roof could have anywhere between $100,000 to $200,000 of work associated with it if it was being replaced in a quality way, exclusive of any expansion. When I look at the building and I think about the theater, and in conversations with representatives of the theater, it's clear that there are some opportunities to go vertical potentially on that building adjacent to the theater, whether that's housing units, whether that's accommodating an elevator to help with a mezzanine level that would be established with the theater to grow seating, or some other use. I think this is a point where, to Councilmember Kendrick's comments about a future plan, that's where we would expect the theater to work with their architect, and Councilmember Kendrick and Councilmember Krupa have received a briefing and an opportunity to speak with the architect a bit about future plans. I think it's fair to say that there may be some sketches available relatively soon should the city proceed forward. There are representatives of the theater here. We can ask them some specific questions about timing associated with drawings and concepts.
Who's going to incur the cost for all this work that we're talking about?
Well, a future project, I think we're going to have to develop a financing strategy in partnership with the theater. It was explained to us that the expansion cost would cost, in their estimate, between 3.5 million and $4 million. So it's certainly a number that's within the realm of possibility. When I think of that number, that's something that's doable. The details of how that would be funded would need to be worked out. It's my understanding that the theater believes that they can raise north of 7 figures, so a minimum of $1 million through philanthropy. They did mention that they would be interested in some form of grants that potentially could be a grant or grants that could be forgivable down the road. I think there's also an opportunity for us to look for grant funds externally that support arts, that support historic preservation, adaptive reuse. There should be a number of grants that we could potentially pull down, given the legacy of the theater, its importance to the downtown. So I imagine that there are a number of grants that we can pursue to help this project move forward as well.
Can we have the theater people come up to the podium and maybe give us some insight? La 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 la. No.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you have a specific question you want us to tee in
Well,
on?
the cost, I mean, it's gonna cost the city over what 1.5 plus 350,000. And that property, it's only valued at 190, so I don't know why we're looking at 350 for it. But how do you have any ideas on how the theater can help in offsetting the cost, especially over the $190,000? I don't want to spend the taxpayers' money on property that's not valued at 350 and it's only valued at 190, and then have to deal with with the overage there. So, I mean, what can we do to work together on this?
In really just a straightforward PPP relationship, collaboration between our organization, we have a qualified opportunity zone fund also with investors in it, and downtown Hemet's in a QOZ fund or zone, I should say. And the city has a need for downtown improvement to occur. We're working on obviously the highway. We're starting to bring housing in, but we saw the challenge of bringing people downtown. What's that magnet or catalyst to bring people downtown? And really the theater is that catalyst.
Yeah,
But
I
it
see the
needs-
potential.
But it
I
needs to
mean,
be
it-
it needs to be updated and expanded to be able to do broader things and improve with that. Our current building's nearly already paid off within 5 years. It was roughly $500,000 loan. Revenue stream is solid from that aspect. And this year alone, between grants and just our beginning contributions, I've been on since April. We've ramped up to just under $250,000 that we've been able to bring in between grants and scholarship, sponsorships. So the difference for the specific flatland property, I would say if we're going to enter into a collaboration or agreement, we would basically be happy to bring in the difference. Ownership's going to be, a question we have, right? I mean, obviously we're going to have to build on this land and work on it. Does the city want to take ownership of it and be a municipal theater, or do they want to keep it as a nonprofit and charity, and do we purchase that and have a payment arrangement? That direction is going to come from your side of the days on what works best for you. We're flexible. We have the outside dollars, and then we also have the internal charity dollars that we're receiving. So I think we're on solid ground from that aspect. It's just what works the best for the city to assist us to really make this happen quickly. We can do as a nonprofit charity in our own private partnership, but as we know, that can take 5 to 10 years. If it's a private public partnership with you, we can escalate that, right, 3 to 5 years to move much faster and quicker. So I think that's kind of where that discussion came from, is how do we work together in this situation to do that? We're happy to help close the gap. And we're happy to whatever we need to do to escalate. We do have the architect on board. 30th Street Architect is a very well-known firm. John Loomis designed the library in downtown, the depot. He's worked on the missions. I mean, he knows historical buildings throughout. He's working on Hollywood Theater, Lido Theater, and Newport. I mean, several theaters right now. We've got the best guy for the city that's going to preserve what you want and look at. But as we know, the problem with downtown, it's looked the same for, the last 30 years. Matt's building, a lot of improvements we've seen on that side. But, our interest is to try to get things moving quickly here and bringing people back down and have that catalyst for, and I should say we do have other plans. We kind of got off track, but this originally started with how do we bring people back downtown? And our investment fund was looking at office space, residential, restaurant space. And it kind of morphed into, because these both properties get for sale, morphed into really the priority is the theater, and let's focus on this right now. So definitely happy to bring those renderings back. We're happy to close that gap and reduce that risk. I understand where you're coming from. Labor negotiations are very tough. And you have to watch over the public's dollars, very importantly. But one of the things when you're in your seat is how do you create more revenue? So you don't have to pass new tax measures or expand things and things like that. One thing that I drove was adding our own power utility, right? You can no longer do that in California, but we added that. We did add the cannabis for the revenue. It's bringing in several $1 million a year now to the city. So thinking outside the box was one of those pieces. I have several businesses that we've created in jobs here in the Valley. Over 100 now are employed with us, and creating those jobs downtown, creating that tax revenue downtown. You're talking $2 million, $3 million, whatever it may be, but If you can get to that, it becomes priceless because it starts transforming everything downtown. And that's one thing about Hemet that you'll always hear me say is you look at these new cities, they don't have an airport, they don't have a hospital, they don't have a casino, they don't have a theater, they don't have an amphitheater, they don't have a hospital, and we have all those things here. And we just need to basically flip it back on, turn all those things back on, and we're going to escalate and really reinvigorate this area again. So the arts and culture is one of those pieces. The summer program, you can talk a little bit about that, Alexander.
Hello, I'm Alexander Yepremian. Hello. What's that? I'm so sorry. I don't need. Yes, my name is Alexander Yepremian. I just moved here from London, England 7 months ago to take over the theater as general manager. For me, I'll just say this, and I know every single one of you, I'm very blunt. This is one of those opportunities that is silly for us to pass on. As we said, we've got 2 pieces of land on the sides of the theater. The stars have aligned. You said it. You said it. It just makes sense. If you look at downtown, when my parents moved here 15 years ago, the downtown looks worse now than it did then, which is quite a shame to see this town that my parents love so much, and that now I've just moved my family here. I have a 2-year-old daughter, so she's going to grow up here. I want her to be proud of where she lives. I'm on an ad hoc committee with you and you about art. Well, this is it, right? This is the hub of the art, right? If we're going to be the center of art for the Valley, why are we not going to have the most amazing, beautiful theater? And unfortunately, we are limited with the space that we have. Mr. Martin built a beautiful theater, probably in 1921. It was this wow theater. Now, with the plans that we have, we can compete with the Fox in Riverside, with the McCallum in Palm Desert. Why wouldn't we want to do that? To the side of that, we're also building a performing arts school, right? We want to get the kids involved in the theater. I've been here for 7 months, and every single time I have a show, kids come in for the Disney things we're doing. I didn't know there was a theater here. Parents, I didn't know you did kids stuff. It's been here for 103 years. What are we doing for the kids who are going to experience this theater? They've never experienced history like this before, right? It's one of the oldest buildings in California. Why are we not doing something with it? Why are we not taking advantage of it? So now, since I've been here, I'm taking advantage of it. I'm bringing in kids. I'm doing our summer program, which is for kids age 6 to 17. They're going to do summer camp singing, acting, dancing, technical. It's never been done in the Valley before. We also just signed up a ballet class. This is for all ages from 5 and up. If you want to take ballet, you can take ballet. If you want to learn ballroom dancing, we've got a ballroom instructor. So all these things that can be utilized in the theater we have. It'll be a struggle, but when we build and have a black box theater, so Michael Tennant, who does Play With Your Food, he can have a venue there. If the Ramona Bowl has a show, but they can't do it because of the weather, they can do it here. Any community can do things at this large performing arts facility that I think we have planned. But we all have to be on the same page that we want to make a difference with our downtown and our city, because once in a lifetime. My quote of the day, and I use it all the time, so it doesn't really count. Comfort is the enemy of progress. If we want to change things, we've got to shake things up. Otherwise, what are we? We're stuck in 1921 when the building was built. I'm okay. Any questions?
Can you go over the difference thing again?
So the difference of
So it's appraised at 190. Seller is asking for 350. And did I hear that you guys said that you would cover the difference or help with the difference?
half my back pocket, sir. But I have a checkbook. Yeah.
Venmo?
So obviously we will do things that we will do fundraising and such on so on to make that difference up, because obviously we believe in this project.
So
I got a question real quick.
So,
oh,
I can clarify that a little bit too, Councilman Leventhal. So we do have some donors and investors where we might, depending on the terms and the agreement with the city, be able to, let's say, for instance, agreement, we're gonna purchase or be lent the money or whatever it may be to complete the renovation or the land, in that scenario. We definitely would be looking at, hey, is it 10% down? Is it 150? Is it $180,000 down? Whatever it may be, we'd be happy to look at what terms and under to fulfill your requirements and ours as a 501c3, how do we transfer the money to where we're getting donations or contributions or grants, but we're not giving it to, you know, the right sort of nonprofit organization. So those sort of legal things would be fit in, but we'd be happy to reduce that risk so the city doesn't have the appearance of paying more than what their appraised value is, take that risk off. So let's say hell goes to a handbasket, you have the current market value of what it was appraised for on your books, not the overinflated price of the land on that side.
And then,
So maybe we can, let me, real quick, maybe we can work a deal where, you know, we do purchase the property, we do work with you on expanding your theater and getting it the way, you know, it's gonna bring business, bring people in. Maybe, how can we work it where we can get some of our money back by ticket sales or something, that you give us a portion of the ticket sales, $1, $2, $3, whatever, and for a certain amount of years where the city can get that money back that they invested in.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually pretty easy to do. The theater valuations close to $500,000. We're just about paid off. I think we have 80,000 left. I mean, we're clipping, like I said, like, you know, our payments are very quick. We're paying a handsome amount monthly to pay that down. We would continue, obviously, with the theater. We could use the lien on the theater to secure the note, you know, because that's going to be $500,000 valuation that we're going to have on that piece. And then, yeah, we'd have payment terms. And in the bank with your CDs, treasuries, you're at what, 4.5%, maybe 5% rate of return. So, you know, to have a standing interest rate, and then we based on sales tax revenue or job creation, you know, all those economic stimulus pieces in, there's some evaluation or credit we get based off of, you know, what energy we create downstairs, you know, downtown and its success. And then you give us, you know, a period of time to pay that back, you know, whether it's a 30-year amortization on a 10-year note or however, you know, we want to structure it. That might give us 10 years, might give us time to refinance like a normal, you know, business loan refinance, and then pay you off the rest of that piece. But I think that's all little things we can work out on that side. You know, we've got the assets, we've got the revenue to support it, from that perspective. And, you know, like I said, all those stars are kind of aligned right now on that side.
I have a question for you and our city attorney. I mean, how long would it take to kind of hammer out the details to make sure that, like I said, we're not creating a gift of public funds?
So I'll address the gift of public funds issue. From a legal perspective, I believe that the city could purchase the vacant lot at the amount that the seller is requesting. We use the appraisal as one measure. However, real property is unique. We compare it to other vacant lots throughout the city. No other vacant lot in the city is adjacent to our theater and useful for the economic and cultural purposes that the city is looking to do. So when we do an appraisal and it comes back at or close to the value, analysis is done. If it's different, we do have to engage in a further analysis. So if you look in the staff report, you'll see specific findings that are recommended if the city council wanted to proceed as is. So I don't think you have to get reimbursement in order to legally consummate the agreement. And I don't think that we're going to have a binding agreement tonight from the dais to the podium. I think that in terms of when can we work out exactly how this arrangement would go, I think that would probably need to be deferred until you have an overall project scope for what the theater's expansion plans are, what exactly they need from the city. They're looking for us to assist them on the two properties to the left and right, and we can make that arrangement in many different ways. You know, one of them that you're probably more familiar with than most would probably be a development agreement, where we can look at what exactly are they looking to do in terms of the structure and the uses. Maybe we can work that out through a development agreement, which could include a community benefit that over time seeks to repay the public for its investment in the project. You know, generally speaking, when we're looking at these kind of public investments, arts, culture, recreational activities, affordable housing, generally speaking, we don't look at it as a CD or an investment so much as an investment in the community. But you obviously do want to make sure that the public is getting the benefit of the bargain. So I think that that's probably what I would expect. It doesn't have to be a DA, but that is sort of one vehicle we could use or something similar. Something I've seen with other entities is, like you said, just a straight agreement regarding a certain amount per ticket, where the city gets repaid, you know, over many, many years, that you don't want it to be significant. Because I mean, I think the goal for a lot of these things, you know, they're talking about local schools, children, you know, we're not looking to increase the cost to the public.
I mean, I'm comfortable with DAs. I think those are fairly effective. Like I said, I get that we can consider this not a gift of public funds, but I don't know how we get the public on board with that. Like, as a resident, like, I'm uncomfortable.
Understood. You know, city attorney, I'm here for the legal problems. I don't see this as a legal problem. Potentially, it could be viewed as a political issue. You know, the city does not have infinite resources. It has to make choices on where it's going to invest those limited funds. If you think this is the right thing to do, then I think you've legal authority to do it. I do think that, you know, when we're talking about, the more I'm talking myself into this DA as we go. You know, I do think that the theater might want to be creative with how their expansion goes. So it may be easier for us to accomplish that through a DA.
Will the city have any input on how that gets structured or how you expand the theater, or is it just all on what you decide that you want to do?
We would see it probably some sort of public workshop we would have involvement with.
Oh, okay.
This is a community building. You know, we're the stewards of it right now, or the fiduciaries of it right now, but this asset isn't ours. This is the community's. So, and we would want everyone's fingerprints to be on it. We've talked about preserving certain historical aspects of it as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We'd want your involvement.
Well, you know, I look back a long time ago, back I think in the 70s or something, and old Pasadena was a mess at one time. And the city got involved and invested in properties within the downtown. That place became beautiful. People were going there. People wanted to be there. They created a theater that had like a bar and a relaxation area. I mean, it was beautiful. The restaurants started moving in because of that. And I want that to happen here. And I really think that you'll be able to do that. I see the passion you both have in that theater and wanting to make it work. And I would want us to be a part of that too. So, you know, I just think it's a good idea. I think it's something that we should really consider.
Appreciate you saying that. And you know, we have a lot of new shopping centers coming in, especially on the west side of town, where people tend to want to go to all those new stores. They don't want to come to the old area, and that's where we come in to be.
Yeah.
That
Make
neat
it
part where
to
people
where they want
to come back down, and then other businesses can survive because during the day we have children and families. In the evening we have, you know, the young people or couples out, so businesses can start to survive. And then, anyways, you get the drift on that.
To what the mayor said, I think it's Indio that did the same thing, bought quite a bit of property downtown, and they are just thriving now. And they've got so many unique and vibrant places down there. And you just touched on it. You know, our demographics have changed so much since we've gotten all this new housing in the last 5 years or whatever. And we want more things for kids and families. And you know, I want to see the downtown cleaned up more, and I want to see it thrive. And like you said, you know, if we have something nice, and I know we're trying to get more tourism with like our outdoor activities, and, you know, some people are outdoor people, some people are theatrical people, you know, they're more cultural, right? You know, so I mean, then we would have something for everybody. and we're gonna get new hotels soon, and you know, I think we're on the way up finally.
If I may, we've done analysis since I've been here, where our guests are coming from. Obviously, Hemet, San Jacinto. We're getting a huge pull from Paris and Moreno Valley. So people are coming from Paris and Moreno Valley to our theater that we have now. So imagine if we have Broadway tours coming in, we have the Philharmonic, we have the ballet, we have the opera coming in, and we get more fine arts. We're going to pull people, even more people coming into Hemet for something positive, which is great.
What are you doing to market? I mean, how are the Paris and Moreno Valley folks? I mean, I
Come
guess.
on. There's only one way now.
I-
Social
Yeah,
media.
yeah.
My daughter's.
Look, see?
That's great. That's great. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. So I hired my daughter away from RSO. She was doing all their marketing. She finished her master's, moved on. So she now works for our companies, but I've been outsourcing, giving the resource to the theater. So she's been running all the social media promotions and we're able to track. I mean, we do get Escondido. There's actually a group out of Lake Elsinore we can constantly get. So it's pretty interesting, the pull that we're getting. And the age group originally when we first started out was 55 plus, and now we're down to the 20s. We came up with this hybrid idea after doing Rocky Horror in his background with Broadway and stuff of we did this hybrid Rocky Horror where they played the movie, but we had performers come on and perform certain parts and stuff. And it was phenomenal. And so we've taken it to a new level with a series of Disney movies where we have real princesses from Ian Weeks' wife Lauren, her and her Disney princesses come and actually perform and do a meet and greet and stuff like that. So we're bringing new ideas and concepts out that do create jobs. These princesses live in the area, and some of the performers for Rocky Horror, and he's got a host of other tricks he's coming up to. But it's also about creating jobs and economy, people living here, and the benefit from it. And what's nice is so many of the young people you heard Kevin Spear talk about from Human Relations, but people say that art or music is a window into a particular culture, right? And that's something that this brings in is all the different cultures, religions, and background. It brings those people together in a community. So anyways, we're really happy that you are looking at this. These are solid questions. We're happy to give you the details, bring stuff back, whatever you'd like to look at specifics. We'd love to work with you, designing it, and of course, looking at the plan and bringing this forward.
This city attorney, how do we readjust this recommendation to include their help for the 350,000 as a development agreement?
So I don't think that that's something we could do from the dais at this point. Development agreement takes a significant amount of time to negotiate and bring forward. I think that what it sounds like we've been talking about here is moving forward with the purchase now and trusting that we will be able to move forward and come to an agreement. Nothing in life is certain, but we're now gonna, if we move forward with these purchases, we now own property on all three sides of the theater. So if they want to expand, unless they're going up, they're dealing with us. And even then, they're probably still dealing with us. So I think that, you could have reasonable confidence that we would be able to work out that arrangement in the future. However, if it's a contingency for this council that you're unwilling to move forward until we have something in writing, we would certainly do our best to bring something forward as quickly as possible. But my understanding is that at least one of these deals has a pretty short timeline.
So my background is real estate, and the commercial is a little bit of a different animal because let me give you an easy analogy, right? You look up a blue book value for a vehicle. I'll give you an example. I have a project car. It's a 1997 Mazda Miata. You look it up, it's worth maybe $2,000 at the most. But what the market would pay for it, if I decide to say, hey, I got a Mazda Miata for sale because of what it potentially can become based on a lot of car buffs, they'll pay $4,000-$5,000, double the amount of what it is. It's the same with commercial. Commercial is based on potential. Right now, that appraisal is based on dirt. What it is right now, based on just without having the idea of what it could be. So the idea of what that lot could be is what we're looking and projecting at the value. And unfortunately, the owner that owns the lot has the say-so in the sense of what that lot is really worth to him because of the value that we see now of what it could become. So yeah, it's might be priced at 190, but in the seller's mindset, he knows of what the potential future value, especially of what that lot becomes in the future for us. So that's how he's marketing that price, which is kind of what sellers can do nowadays in this type of market. So if that gives you a little insight on how commercial
Right, but we're using public funds, so I think it's a little bit different than, you know, between two private sellers.
Sure.
That's just where I'm struggling. And, we've brought up, would like to see phase ones on both properties. So, I think that's a contingency as well.
Isn't there a law against price gouging? No?
Not in real estate. So how can we move forward?
Well, again, I mean, you have two properties in front of you. It sounds like most of the discussion is about the vacant lot. So you can either, one, not approve it, and you could give us direction to go renegotiate. My understanding is the broker is here in the audience. He's listening to your conversation. So if the price was simply unacceptable to the city council, we could attempt to renegotiate it. My understanding is that the price is firm, but that's what brokers are supposed to say. We can find out how firm it actually is. That's what you wanted to do. Alternatively, you could approve it as is. We could process it, and then we could begin working with the theater on their expansion plans and what the financial arrangements with the city will be. And then lastly, you could, of course, ask us to come back at your next council meeting and attempt to come up with some sort of enforceable obligation that results in a future reimbursement to the city. I can't promise that we can negotiate something like that in that short of a time frame. We would certainly try. So I think those are kind of your three options.
Okay. This is going to sound very strange, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How do we tie them up, the two properties up, based on outcome of phase one or even a phase two?
So we've already negotiated the essential terms of the agreement for the building.
I know the
We've been
building
having
is
that
as
conversation
is.
back and forth with the broker. So we do have a contingency period, and that contingency period includes pretty much most of the standard contingencies. That'll be a 25-day contingency period. So, we do have the ability to exit that agreement without significant penalty to the city. There's a $100 amount that gets transferred regardless of whether we stay in the deal or not. But there would be no penalty. If we were to not consummate the deal after that, there'd be a $50,000 penalty to the city. So that 25-day contingency period is basically the, sort of the escape hatch if we can't resolve this issue with the second property. That being said, the seller on the other property has acted in good faith. They have their own real estate transactions that they'd like to finalize. And so, we would want to be upfront with them that, we're trying to make this other deal work during our contingency period.
No, that,
And that, and they're probably watching right now. So, that may affect their willingness to deal with the city as well. My understanding is they have another buyer who is offering the same amount as the city.
That's why I'm saying, how do we tie it up?
So, that's, we can enter into the agreement. We have the contingency period, but that would be a concern, I think, on their end. If, they're looking at the city's trying to figure out how to squeeze $160,000 out of a nonprofit to make this work.
It is the property with the time constraint, is that the one with the building?
Yes.
And when
As far as I know, this one does not have any other lookers at the moment.
when did that 25 days start?
It doesn't start until we sign the agreement.
Okay.
Which we have not done because you have not authorized it yet.
But how long does a phase one take? I mean, typically it's like 30 days.
We have it on good authority that if you authorize us to sell, we will get the phase one going. We have access to most of the documents that a phase one uses anyway internally at the city. It's one of the benefits of being the local regulatory agency. So we've already begun doing our own internal process. We haven't found anything we're overly concerned. No one ran a gas station at this site. No one's run a dry cleaner at the site that we can find. Truthfully, the only concerns I have in downtown is those property lines. They're
wonky.
The buildings are there, and so people thought they knew where the property lines were when they built them. But that's the only thing we have a little bit of concern about. But I don't think it's something that's going to cause too much trouble.
So which one of us is going to go out on a limb and say something? I would really like this whole thing to go through because I think it is so beneficial
We
to
should start
downtown.
phase one on the building itself. And I don't think that property that's vacant is going to be sold to that other person. I don't think you would allow that. So we can figure out how to bring that price down on that vacant land.
I'm not aware of any other purchasers for the vacant land.
No. So how do we word it with contingencies involved?
Well, are you talking about, so the
building
contingencies
first.
already exist in the purchase agreement, or are you talking about contingencies on your approval to enter into the agreement for the vacant lot? Okay, and what do you want that contingency to be?
Well, we really should do at least a phase one on that, correct?
We will. Yes.
Can they both be done at the same time?
Yeah.
And can one be backed out of and the other one go through? What I'm saying is, if nothing is found, well, the building is as
The
is.
thing
It's
is-
just giving us the ability to know what we're getting into.
We've generally viewed them as wanting to go forward together. If the city council decided that they only wanted one, not the other, that's certainly your prerogative. But our intent would be to order phase ones on both at the same
On
time.
both.
And if they're, because we want to be in the contingency period on both of the deals, if we find out that our future plans aren't going to work, we don't want to be stuck with one of the properties. But again, we're not aware of any environmental concerns at the properties. One has a building on it. It's an older building, has all the problems that an older building does, none of which are a surprise to the city. The other one's a vacant lot that used to be a flower/nail shop.
Property that has a building and then negotiate on that other one without a building.
While we're thinking about that, I have a question. So the purchase of these properties would come out of the general fund reserves, is that correct?
That's correct.
So what would that bring our percentage down to?
If I recall our budget workshop earlier today, we were projecting at the close of June 30, 2025, a fund balance of approximately $39 to $40 million, which is approximately 40%, 39 to 40%. So did I get the right dollar amount? I know I got the right percentage. Okay.
And is that including this purchase, or so I guess?
That includes this purchase. It should have said 1.85. It said 1.8 on the document today. So it's off by 50,000.
I heard a motion from the mayor to approve entering into the agreement on the building property and attempt to renegotiate the price on the vacant property. And then I
Well,
heard a second.
Let me back up on that because they need both properties to basically complete what they want to complete. They've already said that they're going to work with us in trying to help us offset that cost. They're businessmen. We need to take them at their word because nothing's going to get done if we don't if they don't do their part in what they're saying they're going to do, because then we'll just say, hey, sorry. So might as well just go with both of them. Phase one on both.
What is the mayor's motion?
Mayor, are you are you making a motion to approve the resolution to enter into the purchase and sale agreements on both of these properties?
With the
prices
understanding that you and
we'll do
them
the
will
phase one.
discuss on how that's gonna take place on them covering the overcost.
I'll second that.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Males, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, hold on.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Just kidding. Don't say that in the theater. That's one of the first things lawyers learn. So after consulting with the city manager, our recommendation would be to approve the resolution as stated, and to obtain and return with a commitment from the theater board to fund the difference.
Yes.
We don't say how, we don't say when, but a commitment from them to fund the difference over time and bring that back at our next meeting before we're out of the contingency period.
And
that
start
could
phase
include
one
ticket
on
sales,
both properties.
for, $1 or $2 for.
That
from
would
ticket
give me a
sales or
comfort
whatever.
level.
Details TBD, but a commitment from the board
And start phase ones on both properties.
immediately. Could we maybe get the council to re-vote on that? I apologize, just so that we have clear minutes.
Motion by Mayor Males, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, please cast your votes. That's staff recommendation with the revised added comments by the city attorney. That motion passes 5-0.
Big day for the city. Thank you. Look forward to hearing from you.
Go home now.
Does anyone want to give their reports or? Yeah, what?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm glad you said something. I was ready to walk out.
I know.
Okay. Ah.
Is he ready?
We will now move on to city council and staff reports. Everyone has 1 minute.
Got it. Okay, I've got two really important things to say. I attended a lot of stuff. At the last Continuum of Care meeting, we received a report on the progress of CARES Court in Riverside County. And the report basically was disappointing in that it is not necessarily doing what it was intended to do, mainly because there's no teeth in it. And while it is being utilized, it is not being utilized by getting people off the street. Because there's no teeth in it, you cannot compel anyone who is in a homeless situation or has mental health on the street to actually comply with the program. However, for individuals who are kind of like borderline and do have family in the area, family members are asking for the assistance of the CARES Court, and in that particular area, it seems to be working. So the good and bad, I'm sure it's going to get tweaked a little bit more as it comes in to see how the other counties and the other pilot programs are doing. But it is serving part of the purpose that it was attended, which is very good. The other very exciting thing, there was Southwest Riverside County Higher Education Coalition meeting today. And the guest speaker was Lou Monville, who is board member of the Cal State University San Marcos Foundation and senior vice president of Raincross Group. We had known for some time that the city of Temecula had put forth the initial $1 million pledge towards tenant improvements in the Abbott building in Temecula for the future home of CSU San Marcos. And we received the news today that Supervisor Washington has pledged $5.5 million of ARPA funds to get the project going. So that is a total right now of $6.5 million, and some of the renovation and the TIs are going to be starting in the very near future. They were Lou Monville was very, very pleased with the quote, the people in the room, because we've almost outgrown the size of that meeting room at the Murrieta Library. And the fact that the various cities and the educational groups, the hospital groups, and businesses that were involved that were there, but we were all challenged to bring at least one new person from a new entity, whether it be a city, a chamber of commerce, a business, preferably a business, because that's their future if we have a college closer to home for all of our kids. But the next meeting, talk to your friends and relatives in business and in education. The meeting will be June 30th from 1 to 2 p.m. at the Murrieta Library. But it's really exciting news because it really gives us a foot up, a big, big step up towards actually getting tenant improvements done to get expand San Marcos into Temecula with emphasis on nursing and computer tech and biotech. And that is the future for us, and at least it'll bring it closer to home for the kids in Southwest Riverside County. That's it.
Just real quick, on May 17th, I attended the Hemet San Jacinto group lunch at Valley Wide with a presentation by Dean Wetter. Yeah, sorry, it's late. And I loved how that got tied into what we're talking about tonight on our strategic plan and just kind of working together with that organization and trying to bring more recreation to the Valley. I thought was great. And later that evening, I did attend Rusty Straight's 100th birthday party. So that man he's got more energy than I do. On May 18th, I did a ride along with Station 4. Finally, I got more calls than I've gotten.
You and your ride along.
I'm trying to break the curse. So I had 7 calls. And they were different from my first 2 ride alongs. So I did watch the Planning Commission from May 21st. So there were a couple items on there and an extension of time. That had a very lively discussion from the Planning Commission. So that tells me that they're reading and have questions and learning. So I really appreciated just the back and forth. And then our Public Works Director did a presentation on the Stony Mountain traffic issues. And I do have to commend you. It was, I thought it was a great presentation. I really thought that we, seeing someone, community members come up to the podium and raise an issue and actually seeing resolution or making progress was really rewarding. And I just, like I said, I'm just kind of getting a little emotional about it. So, it does work. Don't stop coming in and telling us what your issues are, because the city staff is here to work with you. And then on May 23rd, I did attend the Public Works lunch for Public Works Week. The food was fantastic. The company was great. I wish I could have stayed for the whole thing, but I do appreciate our Public Works staff and commend them all. And that's all I have.
So for Cap Riverside, the total reinvestment for utility cost assistance came out to about 3 million. This is from the quarter Q3 report, January 1st all the way to March 31st. $3.1 million invested into Riverside County to help with that equated to 5,206 households. Of that amount, 366 were from Hemet. That equated to about $600,000 to help with utility cost assistance. 69,000 total reinvestment for energy efficient home repairs. 48, they had 48 cool and warm centers, 5,000 visitors, and the total reinvestment into countywide was 3.2 million. And then for the League of Cities Community Service Policy Committee, I'll just talk on these two. The legislative agenda, it was provided to us an overview for SB 1011 for encampments, and that bill would establish a statewide camping ban prohibiting a person from lying, sleeping, or placing personal property in a public place if a homeless shelter is available. The bill would also impose that failure to comply would result in a public nuisance. Individuals must be given at least 72 hours notice. Some other things they were talking about was the governor's proposed 291.5 billion budget. It doesn't include redirection of city funds to address state budget shortfalls. That draws upon 13.1 billion in reserves and projects and projects a 38 billion deficit. And then the Senate has put forth an early action plan that reduces the budget deficit by 17.1 billion by 3.2 billion in delays, 2.1 billion in deferrals, 3.4 billion in program reductions, 4.7 billion in revenue borrowing, and 3.9 billion in fund shifts. So we have we were given an overview of AB 2081, substance abuse recovery and treatment programs, and then we're also told about AB 2121, substance use disorder treatment licensing, and then also we were talking 2574 of alcoholism or drug abuse recovery or treatment facilities, and then Senate Bill 913, substance use disorder. And those are bills that you might want to just keep an eye on and follow to see what happens with those things.
A few of us attended the Student of the Year Scholars at Saboba recently, and it was always great to see these young students and their accomplishments for the year and to get these scholarships and stuff. And it was really a nice event. Some of these things the others mentioned, so I'm going to skip them. I did go to the groundbreaking for West Valley High School, and they have a new program, and it's a vintner class, and there were a bunch of FFA students there, and they are going to learn how to grow wine and grow grapes, grow grapes and make wine. So again, it's like really innovative things that Hemet is doing. And, we're taking advantage of our resources that we have available here. So that's pretty cool. I went to a Ramona Bowl retirement ceremony the other evening. They honored several people that were retiring, including the director, Dennis Anderson, who had been there for 29 years. And the elderly ladies, what's her name? She's 94, is she? Teresa Seaton, 94 years old, and she was still in the play this year. And that was a really nice event. And I just want to mention that the Ramona Bowl is having summer concerts. And if you go to ramonabowl.com, you can see all the concerts and everything. And that's all I'll take the time for.
Oh, okay, let me catch my breath here. All right, I'll make. No, I'm gonna take all night now. May 15th. What a day. I participated in the Cal Cities Mayor Zoom meeting. And also on that date, we had the pastors meeting at the city with the local pastors and nonprofits. That was a good meeting. May 16th, Cynthia and I attended the Student of the Year Scholarship Dinner held at Saboba's Event Center. And it is great to see young people, young students achieving so much in their life at a young age. I'm really proud of them. May 17th, I attended the Coach Manor birthday party for one of their volunteers, Arnaldo Salcido. That was in your district, Malcolm. Don't know why he didn't ask you, but he called me and asked. No, I'm just kidding. I also attended the luncheon with the Hemet San Jacinto group with guest speakers Dean Wetter of Valley Wide. That was a great meeting. I had a great lunch. I was impressed with their lunch. Were you guys impressed? That was awesome. Wow. And yes, I'm going to keep going. This is payback to all my council members. Yeah, okay. Also attended the unveiling of Riverside Sheriff Officer Leslie Zerebny's memorial wall at Diamond Valley Community Park. That was a beautiful wall. Very, very nice. It was awesome. I also attended the Salvation Army's Community Fun Day at the Salvation Army on Palm and Acacia, which didn't get very many people there that day. And afterwards, I ended up at, where did I end up? At the at Rusty's birthday party. No one brought that one up. Rusty Straight's 100th birthday party was really nice. And that guy dressed to impress. Let me tell you, that was amazing. And we also gave him a proclamation from the city. May 18th, I visited Public Works employees at the city cleanup at the library. And that was very entertaining watching. I think when I got there, they already had 190 vehicles that passed through there. It was amazing. May 19th through the 21st, we participated in the ICSC convention where city representatives all gathered to do their best in bringing business to the city of Hemet. It was very educational for me. I enjoyed it, but a lot of walking. My calves hurt for 3 days. Also on the 21st, I watched the planning committee meeting. Oh, I actually watched it on Zoom, and that was very impressive. Stony Mountain. And I was anticipating that us getting something on the agenda today for their speed bumps. I think we're going to put speed bumps there, right? 8 of them? Huh?
Humps.
Huh?
Speed humps.
Oh, speed humps, not bumps. Got that. Okay. Let's see, May 23rd, a lot of us attended the Public Works Luncheon, and we had a great meal there. It was catered by a restaurant which served some pretty good tacos. The staff was great. We had a lot of laughs. They had their drawings there, and no, we didn't win anything for, we weren't even a part of that, were we? The drawing for. Yeah. Let's see. I attended with Cynthia the State of the City for Paris. Mayor Michael Vargas spoke and did a great job. I actually wrote a lot of stuff in my notes on that State of the City because it was really nice, and the way they had it with videos from their directors, Public Works, their police, or their sheriff, I think. And it was pretty interesting the way they did it, and made me think that when we had our State of the City, we didn't do it right. May 27th, I attended the San Jacinto Memorial Day celebration. For the Memorial Day, and said hi to everyone, and then left to Riverside National Cemetery to go visit my dad, Charles Males of the United States Navy, and my son, Nicholas Males of the United States Marine Corps, and had all my family members there, and we had a great time, and we were able to share our love and our laughs and our tears. So that was and that's all I have. And I believe Now we have to move to this, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we'll get you a couple teleprompters for your next presentation. I think they're, yeah, that's right. They're available for donation now through WRCOG. So that's great. Right. Teleprompters are on order. Just a couple of things. The Hemet Beautification Contest is alive. It runs through August 4th. This is an opportunity to win up to $1,000 cash for your business or property, home residence. So more on that on social media in the coming weeks. Secondly, we have a June 23rd, Sunday, June 23rd, summer event downtown. So, and then in addition to that, on, I think I want to say July 11th. July 11th, we're having a business roundtable at the library. And so we're inviting our business community downtown. And for anyone attending the Realtors event tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., I'll see you there. I think it's 8 o'clock.
And with that, I think we're. Hey, okay, we did it. There be no further business to this, for this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on June 11, 2024. Thank you for joining us tonight. Have a beautiful evening. Enjoy. Oh, did it come off?
It's not mine.